Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and it looks like I still have a few OBS scenes that I need to flip the camera from last week's issue with my webcam. Also, I do apologize. Microsoft decided that my computer was inactive, and therefore Microsoft decided to update my display driver for NVIDIA. Despite the fact that I have NVIDIA GeForce Experience installed and NVIDIA's drivers, Microsoft said, well, your computer is not in active hours and I have a new display update. Rammed it right in, right after I started streaming. So, of course, that caused a fatal fault in OBS Studio when the NVENC encoder just suddenly went poof. Anyways, luckily the folks in the chat didn't go poof. I do apologize. I don't know who was in the chat before. Hopefully they have the new link. Also, I do need to work on the webcam view. My basement isn't crooked. I moved where the webcam is. But anyways, we have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. We have Kibbles the Rexonium, Frank S., Frodo Jetta, Thomas Armstrong, Trina's Technobabble, Joe's Computer Museum, and and of course well, that looks like everyone in the chat. I do apologize if I missed your name because, well, there's a lot of people in the chat. All right, channel announcements. I have Solderwick. Amazon still claims the solderwick that they shipped to me from the US that was supposed to arrive last Monday is still going to arrive, but it doesn't matter because I have my Gootwick that I ordered from Amazon Japan. I don't know how they do things like that. I still got free shipping, and it came from Japan, no kidding. In fact, I have the little receipt from Amazon that was in the envelope, and I can't read any of it because it's all in Japanese because it's from Amazon.co.jp. So I'm just glad they sent me a receipt in US dollars for tax purposes. Also, I have repair parts for Claris. Not only did I buy some more of the cleaning things because I think I've misplaced them. I could not find all three of them. I got the last one that Marlon P. Jones had in stock. So, at some point tonight, I do have a small recapping to do. And I will be able to restore Claris, the cow dog, or dog cow. I always get the mixed up. Claris, the dog cow soldering station, back up and running. Oh, and it looks like I have the improved design. That's nice. There's the lock-unlock lever there. All right. And instructions in German. That will help me a lot. All right. But I should be able to get Claris back up and running. Hopefully. Because Amazon was out of stock. Luckily, I had the forethought to go check Marlon P. Jones. They had one of those left in stock. Probably because everyone started ordering them from them when Amazon ran out of stock. So, yeah. Let's see here. Oh, yes. I have been slowly sending notes to. Oh, all right, let me put something on the bench for my webcam to focus on. Why not a collection of Intel and AMD processors? Anyways, I have slowly been sending updates to the retro web based on the 486 motherboards I have been looking at. So let's see here. I think they do have the BIOS that I have for the ISA, the Lion Computers. I'm trying to remember what the motherboard's called. Okay. Of course, I knew as soon as I started I would forget part of the name. So they have the BIOS from the Lion Computers motherboard I have, because they didn't have that one. The one that I got in the computer from VCF East, they actually had that revision, so I didn't submit that. That's the one that has the NetWare sticker on it. The EXP4044 that I have, I did submit that one because that was a different version. I also have another note pending asking them if they would please post a note to that motherboard. I'm actually now curious. I am assuming they're probably going to push back on my note because it makes no sense, but that's why I asked them if they'd please put a known issue report on the board. Nope, I don't think they've processed it. Yeah, they're probably going to get back to me at some point and say, wait, what? That board doesn't like Intel DX4 processors? That makes no sense. Well, yeah, that's why I asked you to put the note on it. They may ask me to see if I can try some other BIOS versions, which would help if I had more EPROMs. And then I do have another mystery motherboard that we will pull on the bench shortly. And I think I may have... Did I? Let me see. I'm trying to check my history. Did I? I think they may already have that BIOS. Because I think as soon as I got the board, I read the BIOS and submitted it to them. No, I haven't yet, because I haven't figured out which version of the board it is. Never mind. Okay. Alright, yeah, hopefully maybe you all will be able to help me figure out the version, because there's like 3 versions on the retro web of the board, and I can't tell which one this board is, because 2 of the revisions look physically the same. We'll see about that. It supposedly supports write-back cache. I have read the BIOS chip. I did go ahead and read it, so if I do figure it out, then I'll submit it. Let's see, I've got a coffee goal. Things for... It'll probably go for supplies. I have... Oh, actually, there are a few tools that I'd like to get. Also, it is kind of hot in the basement. 78 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know why it... oh, no, that's why... Oh, that's weird. It's 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I was like, wait a minute, the temperature changed on me. I knew it was closer to 80. So I got a smoothie. It's half gone. Don't worry, it's not a fancy smoothie. The Tropical Smoothie Shack or wherever the good smoothie places. I would have been... Actually, the ironic thing is Windows would have updated my display driver for me while I had gone to go to the fancier Smoothie Shack place, but they also charge twice as much as Sheets, so... A nice cold beverage. And by nice cold beverage, I mean frozen. Unlike the thing I have in the works. Let's see here. Yes, the good solder wick. I wouldn't have it any other way. Actually, it is... How much solder wick? It is 20 meters. Quite honestly, given how good of a deal it was, I might actually go ahead and order another one, because I think Amazon's still saying free shipping from Japan. Maybe another one or two. Let's see here. Get 1-bit fever dreams. I hope it's not made of recycled pipes from nuclear facilities. Atrina says for the installation instructions for the desolder station parts. Just play the German national anthem when you read the instructions and it will make sense. Yeah. Manuals. Who reads manuals? Well, I think I can install it without reading the manual. Let's see here. Joe is saying supposedly to something I said probably. Possibly my claim that the DX486 doesn't work on that board. Oh. Joe's critiquing my word choice. It is probably a fair critique. Sorry, Joe. Let's see here. All right. So, anyways, what do we have here? Well, these are the 486 processors in my collection. Sans duplicates, because it doesn't look like I put the duplicate away. Plus a memory stick that I know works. So, what do we have? We have an Intel DX4 processor, which I actually do need to remove the... Okay, ignore the X question mark, because I've determined the processor works. Luckily, some isopropyl alcohol should get that off. That is my doing. I thought it was bad based on one of these boards, but I think the board has the problem with the processor. This processor works in every other board I've tried it in. It is currently in an adapter board. This is actually a vintage adapter board. So this is one you could have actually ordered back in the day. It basically has the voltage regulator on it, plus will be able, you can set the jumpers that you can't otherwise set on it. I have an AM46 DX4120. Again, this one also would have to go in this adapter socket because I don't have any 3-volt capable 486 boards yet. Hopefully one will be on the way to me very soon, though. These are both write-back cache capable. The Intel signified by the fact that it says ampersand EW on that, I guess, third line of text below the iComp index right before 3-volt. The W is write-back cache enhanced. The AMD is also write-back cache enhanced, as signified by the fact that it is an SV8B, that on that line right below the AM486 DX4120. So these are both write-back enhanced. If a motherboard really supports write-back cache, these should work in write-back mode. I also have a 486 DX2 that is write-back enhanced. Again, the ampersand EW. I have a 486 that is just a standard 486. This does not support write-back cache, but it is a functional processor. I probably won't try this because there's no reason why this one wouldn't work. This is just a standard, non-enhanced. It's not even an SL-enhanced 486 DX266, but it is in the pile here. I have an Intel Overdrive DX4100. This one is not write-back enhanced because I believe Intel did not do that for the DX4100 Overdrive processors. But this is a good compatibility check because this does have the built-in voltage regulator, and this should really work on any board that has a socket 3 or the Overdrive Ready socket. All right, this is a DX2 50 megahertz that I pulled out of that DTK 486 motherboard that I tried and failed to fix. But the processor works. That's like one of the few working things from that system. It does have the nice gold heatsink. I do not believe this processor is write-back enhanced. Granted, this heatsink is glued on and I'm not going to try to remove it because that could cause damage. And besides, it is nice having heatsinks on things that could run a little warm. This is a BIOS chip that I have set aside so that I don't have to spend time programming it. This is actually for the new motherboard that I have sitting beside me because I believe it does not have the latest BIOS, but this is the latest BIOS for it. So I have one pre-programmed and ready to go so that I don't have to spin wheels on trying to find a EEPROM that's actually blank. I did that before the stream. And last, but certainly not least, this is a PNY Quick Chip. This is one of those AM5X86 upgrade chips you could buy back in the day. There's an eBay seller that's selling these for about $60. So, anyways, it's got the voltage regulator on board. It's got jumpers for setting settings. These are actually quite compatible upgrades. They should basically just work, because the AM5X86 is basically a 486 that runs faster, and it gets you Pentium level performance on some things by the fact that it's clocked at it's got a 4x multiplier and a larger cache, which actually is pretty good. And it is right back enhanced, although depending on how it's jumpered, you can turn that off. Also, I think I finally figured out what the manual tries to tell you for some of the jumper settings. So anyways, for the processors that I'll be using to determine if I have write-back cache enabled, I will be using these three. This one is just a compatibility test. This one, I guess I'll be using these four, because these are the write-back ones. This is just a compatibility test to see if it works, if I have trouble with this one on any boards, because that's DX4 that doesn't have write-back. And I guess the same is for this. If I had any trouble, I could use this as the non-write-back enhanced. Anyways, those are the processors. Now, the motherboards I will be using tonight. Now, there are two that I will not be using tonight, because thanks to some information I have found, mainly what I went over at the end of last live stream. Okay, that's the X4. Oh, and I knew I still had it here. Based on the information I found here, and yes, sometimes I do like printing things. It makes it easier to use on a live stream. Thanks to finding these code names for the various 486 processors, I was able to figure out that the Lion Computers 486 motherboard that I have, as well as the motherboard that was in the 486 that I got from VCF East, neither of those two motherboards support write-back cache, because I looked in their manuals. I looked to see if it mentioned the P24D, which is the 486DX2 write-back enhanced, or if it mentioned the P24T, which is the Intel overdrive that is write-back enhanced, or even a codename that was not these, but could be the DX4 write-back enhanced. I don't know why. This website could be old. They may have not figured it out. But anyways, I looked in those manuals. They didn't mention any of these code names. And in fact, there was nothing really mentioned of anything newer than a DX2 in those manuals. So I was like, okay, these boards don't support write-back cache. So we will not be testing those tonight. Apparently, I thought that they might support it based on other things, including that Lion Computers. The chipset is the Contact write-back enhanced chipset, but apparently it doesn't actually support write-back cache. Alright, so we've got two motherboards that I have that actually do support write-back cache. And then I will catch up with the chat really quick. Alright, this is my Expert Data EXP4044. It is a VESA Local Bus board. It has the Opti82C895 chipset. They do have the note on this board. For best performance, we recommend the AM486 microprocessor. This is the board that at the end of my last live stream, I admitted that after reading the manual, I discovered there was a jumper that enables write-back on this board. So we will give this a try now that I have set that jumper. I don't remember where the jumper is right offhand. We'll get to that. But the other board that I bought on eBay, the place where I buy things that I usually later regret, is this Shuttle Hot 419 motherboard. Fortunately, it is not actually hot. So I guess this board was, well, it kind of feels room temperature. So, anyways, so this is also an Opti 82C 895 chipset, which does support write back cache. This board, how does this differ? It uses 72 pin sims. Otherwise, oh, well, I guess the other board uses 30 and 72 pin. This one just uses 72 pin. This one has some 8-bit slots. The other one has 6 slots, no 8-bit slots. This one's got 8 slots with 2 8-bit slots. Honestly, why did I buy this board? It's because the seller wanted like $30 for it. The keyboard connector needs to be replaced, but we'll see if it works. I may be replacing a keyboard connector on this before I can test it. Also, I think it has a bit more cache installed on it, because it does look like this is actually 512K of cache on it, whereas the other board I have, I think, may only have 64K of cache, because that's some measly amount of cache chips, and they don't say 256 in the part number. Although maybe it is 256K. But I think this might be 512K. Also, I'm having trouble finding the... Oh. I do not know where the cache is jumpered on this board. We'll have to see. Oh, there it is. Cache size jumpers. 13, 28, 29. Let me find those jumpers real quick and I can tell you exactly how much cache is on this board. Okay, 28 is open, 29 is closed. 128K. Has to be. Okay, so this board has 128K. Which might mean this board actually has 256K, maybe. Which I can tell from the jumper settings. Let's see, the cache jumpers on this board are 10, 11. Actually, if I find 10 and 11, then I can tell you everything we need to know about the cache. Unless they're both closed. Alright, so jumpers 10 and 11 are... The weird thing is the cache jumpers are like nowhere close to the cache chips. It's like some of these boards, I don't know what they did when they designed them, but they were like, oh, let's make our users hunt for the jumpers. We'll make them search for it. They'll have fun configuring their board because we're going to make them hunt for the jumpers. Let's also make sure the labels are not really easy to see when you actually have jumpers installed. Actually, I think 10 and 11 are somewhere close to the... Oh, they are probably... Oh, okay, well, I see JP11. So 11 is closed. And... Well, I may have to pull up the manual. So if 11 is closed... It has at least 128K of cache. I do need to find JP10. Yeah, I'll have to find the manual. Or we'll just power this board up and see what it says. And why not? We'll do this one first. Because this is the new board. Or we could do the old board first. I don't know. Maybe the chat can decide. I'll let the chat decide. I don't know how to set up a poll really quickly, but... Alright. Actually, hold on. I think I got YouTube Studio open. Let's see here. Engage with my audience. Start a poll. Which... Oh, here we go. Which board to test first? the let's see the old board, new board. So this is the old board. It's been on the channel before. This is the new board. This is the first time you're seeing it on the channel. And there should be a poll appearing. So I will let you all have a few minutes to vote. Old board, new board, old board, new board. All right. So while I wait for folks to vote, I'm closing the poll, although I have it open on the other screen, but I'm going to go through the chat and catch up on chat, and that'll give everyone a minute or two to vote, and then I will look and see what our first board for testing is. Let's see here. One Bit Fear Dreams was saying something in, I presume, French, because I can't read it, although it could be any language that uses Latin characters. Let's see. Joe replied in some language. Jack68K, hello! Welcome. All right. Let's see here. Oh. It looks like in French they have the word y'all. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see here. One Bit Fever Dreams has to repair the corruption done by Dexter's Laboratory. Proto Jedi is asking Finding Nemo. Printed documentation means things are getting real. Yes, 1 bit. Joe says hit it with a hammer. Well, I may feel like hitting something with a hammer afterwards. Yeah, Justin day one, finding out right back cash didn't work. Well, I think I will have right back cash working on something by the end of tonight. Now, whether it's what I want it to be working on, that's another question. Let's see here. Oh, Joe wants to hit the server with a hammer. Got it. Justin day 2, ordering parts to make it work. Yeah. Justin day 3, streaming to make it work. Justin day 10, playing 386 games on his 486 where cache is disabled so that they work again because they run too fast on a 486. Yeah, pretty much. Joe says 8-bit slots are all you need. 5150 all the way, baby. Jack68K, 8 slot seems very aspirational. Well, you don't know all the video cards I have beside me that I can only put one of in this computer because they all use the same memory addresses. Oh well. Proto Jedi who's going to dance first? I don't know. Joe picked a survey answer at random. 1 bit wants me to test the JCM1 board first, which is not in my possession, so I can't test it first. Joe has Blue Sky Z V2 external units for $10 off, by the way. Ah, yes, I knew there was something I needed to order. Joe's teaching us some French. Everyone is broken garage asks, did someone say hammer? Yes, someone did say hammer. Hi, Ryan. And all right, I have caught up, so I am going to go ahead and I'm going to make sure everyone's voted because it looks like at the moment it's a 50-50 tie. Joe, I think I know exactly how much you want to finish JCM-1. All right, while I wait to see if there's anyone else that might vote in my humble little poll, because otherwise I'm going to have to flip a coin. And seeing that I don't have a coin down here, I will have to flip a CR2032 that may or may not have voltage on it. I am going to go to jcm-1.com and I am going to check out the sale on Blue Sky Z V2 desktops. Because why not? I could use a Blue Sky Z V2 desktop. Everyone could. They work with so many wonderful computers. Let's see here. 25-pin external. $10 off. So I can order the build it yourself kit for $5 off. Or I could or I could look at this another way. That for only $5 more, I could have Joe build it for me. Operators are standing by, says Frodo Jetta. All right. And the poll is still tied, so one more moment while I... Ryan, you need those. You definitely need those. Oh man, I gotta prove that I'm not a robot. All right, good. I passed the not a robot test. Woohoo! All right. Now while I am logging in here. So I'm going to go ahead and end the poll because we're not tied anymore. And then I'm going to... So it looks like folks want me to look at the old board first. All right, well, can't say that I don't listen to my audience, so let me grab the printed documentation. And I'll have to find the anti-static bag here momentarily. Let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold, please. That doesn't look right. That's interesting. I just went to Joe's website and logged in after adding things to my cart, and it completely changed what was in my cart. All right. Well, I guess since I... Here's what I get for trying to order a Blue Scuzzy while waiting for the poll to end, and then I end the poll because we're no longer tied. And then Retro Tech or Die joins the stream. Yay! Team Old Board, yes. Yes, I'm sure you can find a place for them, Ryan. I mean, free 99, you can't pass that up. Neither can you pass up the opportunity to get a Blue Scuzzy external. Actually, I think I know what I'm going to do here. Fully assembled, add one to cart. And because I would like to have some fun, build it yourself kit, add one to cart. And then I'll check this out really stealthily. Why just order one? Well, I'm going to order two because why buy one when you can buy two at twice the price? Because while I have a whole bunch of the desktop version, I have hardly any of the... I don't have any of the external ones. All right. See, this is free advertising for you, Joe, because I like Blue Scuzzy V2s. And got to make sure I get my order in before the rest of them sell out. No, let's see here. Billing address. That looks good. There's my order. First class shipping. I have... All right, there we go. Got some Blue Scuzzies on order. Let's see here. Hey, Dave, welcome. All right, now that I got my Blue Scuzzies on order, because Joe has them on sale. Got to make sure Joe has something to do this weekend on your stream, Dave. All right, let's take a look at the board that won the poll, the old board. So, Yes. All right. If I didn't order those Blue Scuzzies now, I would forget again, because actually, I had remembered earlier in the week and then forgot. So, this is the Expert Board EXP4044 version 1.0, which you can't see because it's off the screen. It's a VISA Local Bus 486 board. It's got 430-pin SIM slots and two 72-pin SIM slots, and this is actually less useful than it might seem because the way you can populate them, because I think this board really only has like 2 banks of memory, or it has 4 banks of memory. That's right. So it has 4 banks of memory, but depending on what type of 72-pin SIMs you use, those SIMs could actually be 2 banks because of the way 72-pin SIMs can be laid out. So if you've got 30-pin SIMs, you may only be able to use one 72-pin SIM because it might effectively take up 2 banks. Or if you've got the right 72-pin SIMs, then you could actually use all 3. Or if you remove the 30-pin SIMs, then you could use 2 bank 72-pin SIMs in both SIM slots. But anyways, for best performance, they recommend the AM486 microprocessor. And there is some truth to that. This is the board that I think in my last stream, we got a really good idea that this board did not like DX4 processors for some reason. So it has 128K of cache on board. If this is the board I pick, then I will probably steal some cache from another board and upgrade it to the 256K that it supports, which I think would basically mean I would get 4 more SRAMs in it. And I'm sure you could game on an Xserve, Ryan. Just make sure you use some headphones so you can actually hear the audio. Alright, so this board's got RAM in it. I don't need my 72-pin SIM. I do, however, need to find the anti-static bag that I put over here somewhere. There it is. I put it in a safe spot. And then I think I'm going to realize that... Oh, there it is. So, for controller card, just to keep things simple, I am going to use this 16-bit controller card because this compact flash card really doesn't need anything more. And for video card, I know this is going to be disappointing, Ryan, but this is a Cirrus Logic VISA Local Bus video card. Therefore, I know this card is just going to work. No ifs, ands, or buts. Also, because of the fact there's a compact flash card sticking off the controller card, so this video card will go in this slot because I need to put the controller card where the power cable is not going to get in the way of anything, although it will be in the way. Alright, so there we go. That's all I need for the testing, other than processors. Alright. Well, Ryan, if you send me a VISA Local Bus Trident video card, I will occasionally use it in a rotation of cards for testing motherboards. Also, interestingly enough, those actually don't show up as much as I thought they would on eBay. Although that may be because I actually... I think I deleted my saved search for Trident video cards because I have bought so many that just didn't work. So, smash that like button. Who knows, maybe when I get to 512 subscribers, I'll buy one of every Trident video card to celebrate. Or, yeah, although I may already have some, so I won't have to buy one of every one, but maybe I'll get the collection at 512 subscribers, and we'll see how good or bad they all really were. Spoiler alert, I don't think there were many good Trident video cards. Although, I think the one that was VISA Local Bus wasn't, like, too horribly bad, because at least it was 32-bit. But I don't know. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, and then the one other thing. Let's see here. Let me move my collection of 46 processors to where I can more easily reach them, and also that the video cable will not get in the way of them. Actually, they're going to be in the way wherever. So, I think for this board, a good first test would be... We'll try the DX266. I don't remember what I left at jumper. I did, before the stream, jumper it for something. And then I promptly forgot what I jumpered it for. So I'm going to have to check the jumper settings. Okay, the DX2 does not really need a heatsink, but I just have a heatsink I'm going to set on it for a little bit of cooling, because it does run warm, and I want to prolong the life of it, because it's not like Intel is going to make more for me if I ask them, even if I ask them nicely. Although, you know, they might have the Intel vault. Maybe they might pull some out of their vault for me. Actually, they'd probably just laugh. It was like, why don't you buy our 13th gen processor instead? It's a lot faster. Anyways, so this motherboard supports lots of things. It does supposedly support the Intel DX4 according to the manual. According to the manual, it does not support the AMD DX4, although it might be the DXL, so maybe it does. And then it supports a bunch of Cyrix gobbledygook. But it does say supports L1/L2 write back / write through cache feature. So I do expect that I will get right back to work on this board with something. I sure hope. So I do have the all-important layout. So now I can tell you how much cache is in it, because I can find the layout and I know I can find JP 28, 27, 28 and 28 and 29 and 13 very easily. So this board should have... Oh, wait. I already determined on this one. It was the other one that I needed to. Well, I do need that chart, though, because I'll have to find the CPU jumpers. Although, the nice thing about this board is the CPU tables are laid out fairly nicely. Okay. Because basically, they basically just put them all like that. So this should be very easy. So, luckily for the DX2, should be jumpered like this, and then the frequency setting is down at the bottom. So, for the DX and DX2, JP5, oh, and then they have a little chart here. So, I do apologize, this will be a stream where we'll have to check jumpers frequency. So, JP5 is 1 and 2. JP6 is 2 and 3. JP8 is 1 and 2. Okay, I think this is the process. I think I did jumper it for the DX2 because I knew I would probably start with it. JP19 is 1 and 2. JP24 should be open. Yes, JP24 is open. JP39 is 2 and 3. Yes. There's also a jumper between that. JP43 is on. Oh, no. JP43 is... No, JP43 is off. Okay. It'd be on if I had a DX4. And the frequency setting is JP3 and JP4 are on. No. JP3 should be on. JP4 should be off. Oh, JP4 is off. And JP17 is on. All right. So we got this jumpered. We should have this power up. And I think I'm on the wrong inputs. Now I believe I'm on the correct input. 3, 2, 1. And of course, oh, I just realized two things. First of all, I am upside down. And second of all, OBS decided to do something weird with the capture. There we go. And it looks all crummy. Let me see if maybe I... let me do this. So let me deactivate it and activate it. There we go. And then, of course, that fixed the scaling issue, but then OBS decided, oh, you just want me to make that, like, really ginormously large. Yes, exactly what I wanted you to do, OBS. Yes, with OBS Studio, I don't know, it's got its quirks and features. There we go. There we go. That's better. Oh, yeah, floppy disks fail. CMOS checksum error. Defaults loaded. Oh, yeah, because there's no battery on this. So I may I'll have to put one of those battery adapters on it. Let's see here. Luckily, it is only the 6th. And it is a little bit quicker to actually go from the end of the range and go back down than it is to go the other way. All right. Time is, so it is 19, not that this really matters much, 19:04. Daylight saving disabled. See, don't need to set drives because I'm using a ROM that'll set them. BIOS features, BIOS warning is disabled. Caches are enabled. Quick power on self-test. I guess we'll leave that enabled. See, numlock status on. System speed high. Block mode. I'll leave that disabled. Let's see, normal for the A20 option. Parity check is enabled, though. Because if I have any problems, I want to know about it. So system and video bias shadow are enabled. Looks good for me. Auto configuration enabled. CPU internal cache is right back because this is the right back enhanced DX2. Hidden refresh is enabled. Slow refresh is enabled because those actually make it go faster. And we'll go ahead and at least cache those. Power management is disabled because that causes problems when it decides to go to sleep in the middle of a stream. Because at max savings, it like goes to sleep in 10 seconds. Hey, Sorcerer Stan, welcome! Okay, I do see the top of the screen appears to be cut off. Okay, that might just be quirks with my scaler. Whatever. Alright. Now, this is the point where I've been disappointed so many times, but now that I know about this mysterious right back jumper, which I'm looking in the manual for it. Yeah, it was this other jumper description. Oh, I'm on capture input. So JP34 on this board. I have it set for right back now. It was set to right through the last stream I looked at this board. So it was last week when I went at the end of my stream, I went over the mistake I made. You can check out that explanation. I think I've got a link in the video description. So I have it now jumpered for right back. So And I believe now the BIOS actually showed me the write back setting, which I don't think it was showing before. So I actually am fairly sure that when I run CPU check, which I actually updated to the latest version just to make sure. There we go. Internal L1 cache enabled in write back mode. See, there we go. This CPU is running in write back mode. So we'll run cache check here. And I'll actually, same ways, you can see we have 8K of internal cache. So that's why the numbers 1, 2, 4, and 8K, those are all 16 microseconds per kilobyte. At 16K, we're going to the L2 cache. So it's at 32 microseconds per kilobyte. And then we have 128K, so 256K. We triple the time it takes to get data because now we actually have to go to memory. So I think I have 16 megabytes of RAM on this board. Anyways, I don't remember what the numbers were in write through mode, but I think it would be just a little bit slower on the L2 cache. Although if that's read, actually I don't know. It may not be any it may not show a difference here in this test actually, now that I think about it. I think it would show a difference if you wrote data. I think this program's reading data. All right. Very good. This machine seems to have both L1 and L2 cache, which is correct. L1 cache is 8K, 67.7 megabytes a second, 15.5 nanoseconds per byte, 3.9 clocks. L2 cache is 128K, about half the speed roughly. Main memory speed is about a third of the L2 cache speed. All right, so anyways, it is seeing both caches. That is very good. Now, I'm not going to run any of these benchmarks on the DX266 because we all know that it won't run that great. All right. Because I want to run faster processors. So, the DX266 really was never a contender for this first computer I'm building. Now, maybe I could be convinced, especially because I have a few 486 motherboards now, although I may sell a couple of them on eBay because I don't need quite so many. I may sell the ones that don't support write-back cache, just because I do like to have flexible motherboards. And I have another one that will hopefully be on the way some point. Let's see here. So let's go to the DX4 100. And this is on an adapter, so I do not need to set it to 3.3 volts. Although this motherboard is actually missing the voltage regulator. It would be here. You can't see it, partly because that part of the board is off the screen, but there is no voltage regulator. If I could find another one of these boards with a high enough picture, I could probably add it, because the pads are there. Maybe I might post a Tinker Different and start a thread on adding voltage regulator to 486 boards. Because it might be nice to try this 486 DX4 without this adapter, because with that voltage regulator, this board would support it directly. But at the moment, I've got this adapter, so I'm going to jumper this board for the DX4. Although I think with this adapter actually first, because this adapter actually is setting the multiplier, I think first I'm going to try this without changing the jumper settings, because this adapter should be taking care of the multiplier for me. And if that doesn't work, I will change this board and jumper it for the DX4, which actually will involve, since I don't need to set the voltage because this board doesn't have the regulator, it will actually involve changing just a minor amount of jumpers. So anyways, let's see what it does without changing any settings. 3, 2, 1. This is also my way of demonstrating if the retro web people contact me and say, well, you know, we find that hard to believe. All right, this board is actually not posting. Which actually would probably help if let me put my postcard in. I don't remember if it, like, never shows any codes or if it, like, hangs at an early code. There we go. Actually, it is showing some codes, but it hangs at 09. All right, so the board does start the post with the DX4, but it hangs at 09. You can probably, you can't see it, but there's probably, you can see enough there to see that it's not just like dash, 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 which would mean it's not even starting to boot, but it's 09, and I forget what that means on an award BIOS, but I think that's pretty much, unfortunately, I misplaced the manual for this postcard because, well, that's just what I do. I misplace things when I need them, but I think pretty much that it's not getting very far. Okay, so just to rule out that there's something important that you need to set by these other jumpers, so I will go ahead and set JP43. Okay, so the DX4, so here's the DX2, here's the DX4. You'll note that the difference here is I need to put a jumper on JP43. So luckily, this makes it easy. Okay, so JP43 is now on. Also, I think when you put JP43 on, you then also have to make sure that the clock setting jumpers are correct, because these are the DX4 uses these, the DX2 doesn't. So, for DX4 clock of 3x, JP36 should be on. So JP30, and I think I did leave this. Okay, 36 is on, 37 is off, and 38 is also off. Okay. All right. Because I know someone's going to say, well, you left it as a DX2, that's why it didn't work. Okay. So now it's configured for a DX4 3X, although this adapter is also setting it for 3X. So 3, 2, 1. Okay, 09. Okay, it is once again hanging at 09. All right. Now, so I just removed the DX4. So this is the board that made me write the X on this processor. I thought it went dead. I mean, realistically, I didn't realize there were boards that did not like Intel processors. Now, the one thing I could do, and I'll admit that maybe closer to the end of the stream, if I have time, I might try it. I could try an older BIOS revision, because maybe the version 2.1 of the BIOS, which is the one I submitted to the retro web because they didn't have it. Well, maybe version 2.1 of the BIOS has a bug in it. And, of course, the thing is, I would expect the bugs probably in older versions. I highly suspect that the problem might be that somewhere along the line there is a version 2.2 of the BIOS that just hasn't been archived yet that maybe fixes the problem. So, anyways, so I'm putting the DX4 120 AMD, but at the moment I'm going to leave this jumpered for the 100 megahertz. Now, the cool thing is, for this adapter, the AMD has the exact same jumper settings on the adapter as the DX4. Also, I have not changed any of the jumper settings on this motherboard. So therefore, you might expect that since the Intel DX4 100 didn't work, you might expect that the AMD DX4 100 also wouldn't work. However, as we discovered last live stream, this board likes AMD processors. See? It posts with the AMD processor. Alright, you know, I just noticed that my... Oh, I know. Okay, my chat's not as lively because we're on streaming right now. Well, I know you all will be back soon, but I'm going to drive on because that's the only thing I can do. Alright, so anyways. So there we go, CPU identification utility. This is an AMD DX4 Enhanced, or AMD 5x86 and 3x clock mode. It can't tell the difference. They both have the same CPU ID. I think AMD did that for... Yeah, Joe says, silly Ron. Yeah, I think I scheduled my stream first. Team Red fan, yeah. Anyways, so I think AMD set the CPU ID that the AMD 5x86 reports to be the same as the AMD 486 for compatibility reasons. Ah, Frank's still here too. Cool. Anyways, it is occasionally nice to see a little bit of chat activity, so I'd know that the problem isn't that OBS's chat view decided to stop updating, but I did bring up the YouTube chat view on my other monitor, so at least out of the corner of my eye, I can see if I start seeing it scroll, but not the OBS view, I know that OBS's chat went haywire again, which happened last week. Anyways, so we are enabled in write back mode. Very good. Now, I could jumper this CPU for 40 megahertz, and I'll probably try it. Fun fact, if you jumper it for... Oh, I had another processor. I accidentally set it for 50 megahertz. This video card does not like 50 megahertz bus speed, although that's not a shocker because hardly anything did. Well, I guess I'm out of smoothie. Very nice. So, looks like this processor has 8K of level 1 cache, I believe. It does appear as if for some reason the memory access time on this processor is a little slower than the DX2, but maybe that's right because of multipliers. But this processor works, unlike the DX4 100 that does not work in this board. Which is why I asked the RetroWeb if they could put a known issue on the board, and I suspect they'll push back because, I mean, quite honestly, it is really weird that a board would have trouble with Intel's processor, because I would expect it to be the other way around, that the board would have trouble with maybe AMD or most likely Cyrix's processor, because AMD's were really pretty much a clone of Intel's processor. But I honestly would have not expected that Intel's processor would not work and AMD's would. That almost tells me that, quite honestly, BIOS bug, maybe. But maybe is the BIOS actually locking out the Intel processor? Now there's a thought. If I knew enough Intel assembly, which unfortunately for something like this I'd probably need to know 32-bit assembly. Also, I think the BIOSes are usually compressed. Well, anyway, I removed the, while I was waiting for this to run, I removed the blue marker from that CPU. Let me remove it from the overdrive. Because these are not bad. These are actually fine. There we go. All right. Got those X's off those chips. I'm kind of wondering if the BIOS is actually locking out the Intel processor because, yeah, the board does say use with an AMD processor on it, doesn't it? Yes, it does, which, but to be fair, Joe, the board says for best performance, we recommend the AM486 microprocessor. It does not say for any performance, we require the AM486 microprocessor. But it seems as if AMD is, I don't have any Cyrix processors, so I can't try the Cyrix. Anyways, this this 486 AMD works great. So, all right. So you might say, all right, Justin, well, maybe it's your adapter doodle. How about the Intel DX4 overdrive? So I would say, yep, that's fair. So it is a DX4 overdrive. Granted, this processor has, I don't think it even bothers looking at the multiplier the motherboard has set, but shouldn't matter. Yeah, that's just them being nice. Yeah, Joe, that might be it. Anyway, so if I put the Intel overdrive processor in, now this is the weird one. It actually will start to post, but then it, okay, so this Intel processor, the non-overdrive one in the adapter, like, hangs at OD. But the Intel overdrive processor, I think, gets past maybe the first check, because I think it might be hanging at a check where it really wants... Oh, there we go. Oh, it actually... Yeah, it failed the memory test. So if you notice, the memory test just, like, randomly hung, and then memory test fail. So this Intel overdrive processor, like, off the gate, it's, like, not working properly, but it looks like maybe I can press F1 and sort of continue. Although I have a feeling this board is, I mean, it is throwing up every roadblock. In fact, I think that's finally crashed. Yeah, it's like, I got a postcode of 52 right now, which, yeah. Anyways, basically, the overdrive processor, I think, might be reporting itself as like a DX2 or something. Maybe on another board I'll have to check and see what it reports itself as. I'm wondering if it's presenting a different CPU ID to fool the computer, because it's designed for computer motherboards that don't support DX4s natively. But anyways, yeah, this board... Yeah. It doesn't work with this processor. But yet, just to show that no, I didn't have a spontaneous failure, I'm going to put the AMD processor back in real quick. AMD DX4. So that you can then once again see, so this is the AMD, which you'll know because you actually can tell on the screen that it's an AMD. So AMD processor, well, okay, so it says it's an 8046 DX2. Anyways, look, AMD processor works fine. Intel DX4s, that's weird. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, say it's working totally fine, and then the PC speaker just like... I unplugged the speaker, that's why it stopped beeping. Hey, Xenocide21! I'm doing well. And just when I was saying this AMD DX4 works fine, I boot it, and the PC speaker is, like, blaring constantly, and the only reason you don't hear it is because I yanked the speaker cable. The board seems to be working, though. So, yeah, enabled in write back mode. Whoops. Hit a key, but it started a program. I don't want this program. Weird. I don't know. Okay, so if I reset the computer, will it stop beeping? Okay, so I plugged the speaker back in. That is kind of weird that it just started beeping. Also, the postcode, when it started doing that, the postcode board started showing FF. Okay, weird. I don't know. It's not doing it again. So that's kind of a weirdness. I don't know. Maybe it's just a quirk. The quirk of an old motherboard. All right. Anyways, yeah. Intel DX4 in the adapter doesn't work. AMD DX4 in the adapter works. Intel DX4 overdrive, different symptoms, but doesn't work. DX4 AMD back in, it works. So now, for the PA stay resistance, and I am going to re-jumper this board because the PNY recommends that you jumper when using this upgrade. They recommend you jumper the board for a DX or DX2 processor. So I am going to re-jumper this for the DX, which means I just basically need to remove jumper JP43. And I think the other DX4 related jumpers don't matter at that point. So I'm just going to leave them be, but I just need to get this. There we go. JP43 is once again open. And all right. Just double check the jumpers. Yeah. All right. So now we've got showing it as a DX2 at 132 megahertz. And yeah, basically, yeah, DOS starts like practically instantly because it's a compact flash card. The AMD 486 was, I think, performance-wise about the same as the Intel 486. Because it basically, AMD's 486 is, I think, basically, while at that point, for the 486 generation, Intel didn't have any second source vendors. So I don't think AMD had the 486 intellectual property from Intel. I think basically they managed to make it like it works about the same. I think the floating point unit in the AMDs were a little better than Intel's DX4s or DXs, but the processor itself is pretty much, I think, equivalent on the 486s. Now this 5x86 I think is basically like is still their 486 core, maybe with some slight tweaks. It's got more cache. So if I run the CPU identification, okay, it can tell it's the 5x86 because it's in clock multipliers 4x, so it knows it's a 5x86. And it is in write back mode. And if we run cache check, I think we'll see that there is 16K. I think there's more cache in this than the DX4. Yeah, it's got 16K of cache. You just, oh yeah, Xenocide sees I've got the PicoGust driver running. Yeah, I don't have the PicoGust installed at the moment. You just sent a real Gus to your sales team. Nice. Anyways, yeah, this processor is a nice performing processor, although I have noticed one quirk with this processor in this board, which maybe I need to change some of the jumper settings on the adapter board, and I will show you that in a moment. I think it might be a slight incompatibility with one. I don't know if it's like a general incompatibility and I gotta change the jumper settings on the bottom of the upgrade board, or if it's like a um, maybe there's something up with this board in the BIOS version. Because quite honestly, this board doesn't seem to like the Intel DX4s. It's like it knows that you've put an Intel DX4 in here. It is quite possible that this BIOS in there trying to lock you into using an AMD processor maybe configure something wrong on this processor. I don't know. Anyways, L1 cache, 136.7 megabytes a second. I mean, that is a fast L1 cache. So this processor is really nice. Now, what's the quirk? Now, there's a program in here called Hardware Info. I've modified my Phil's Computer Lab DOS bench. So I got a shortcut to Hardware Info. So if I use this 486, this PNY quick chip, and I try to run Hardware Info, it tells me that the hardwareinfo.dat is damaged. It's like there's a write back cache issue with this upgrade processor. Now, if I turn off write back cache, which I guess I can do really quickly in the BIOS, so I don't have to change the jumper setting. Oh, hold on. I had to actually I used the reset switch so I'd actually have a chance to go into setup. So if I turn... Oh, interesting. I don't have the write back setting in the BIOS. Actually, let me try something here. Clock divided by 4. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the write back setting's missing in the BIOS with this processor, which might be an indication the BIOS doesn't... It might be an indication the BIOS didn't configure something because it doesn't think it's write back enabled. So maybe it is a compatibility. Alright. Yeah, it might be time to mod some BIOS. Okay, so I have downclocked the isobus. Because it's also possible it set the isobus too fast. So let me first try running hardware info. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe it might have had the isobus running too fast. Maybe that was the entire problem. It misread the speed and had the isobus running too fast. Because actually this program ran after I slowed the isobus down. However, if I run the... We still have write back enabled. So maybe that was it. The isobus was running too fast. CPU stole the write back. It is also possible that the write back option maybe does not appear with AMD processors because maybe this board auto configures it because they prefer AMD processors. So maybe they are automatically configuring write back if you've got an AMD processor installed. So maybe that's why it's missing. Maybe what I should do is put the DX4 AMD back in and see if that setting was there for it. Because if it's not, then that might be a sign that, oh, if you've got an Intel processor, it lets you choose. But if you have an AMD processor, by golly, that's why they prefer AMD, and they're going to turn it on if they detect AMD supports it. It's also possible that write back jumper on the motherboard actually configures the AMD write back mode. However, I do remember from my last live stream on this, when I was trying this board with write back, that nothing showed write back at all, not even the Intel when that jumper was set for write through. Now the external cache is slower. Actually, the cache is... yeah, it might have slowed down a little bit. Yeah, so maybe I should edit this BIOS. Anyways, so it does look like maybe some of the quirks are gone with this processor and this board. So this is a candidate. This would give me my souped up configuration. But anyways, let's see here. Are there any other processors to try on this board? No. I mean, I could try, and for this, I've got a little fan I'll set on top of the AMD processor. Now, the one cool thing about these AMD 5x86 processors is they do usually overclock. So what I'm going to do here real quick, and I'm going to do this because then I can try the DX4 120 also at 40 megahertz. So I'm going to change this from 33 to 40 megahertz. And to do that, I just need to take the jumper that is currently on JP3, which is down here at the bottom of the board, and move it to JP4, and then I almost have 40 megahertz. Because while that changes the clock setting, however, I think I also need to change a jumper for the VCF local bus now. Yes, I need to change JP40. And JP40 is probably over by the VCF local bus slots if I look. Oh, there it is. And JP40, yes, I need to change JP40 to tell the VCF local bus slots that the CPU clock is greater than 33 megahertz. But I'm not going to bother setting any wait states because I think this video card can run without it. All right, so now we're on 40 megahertz. Still a 4x multiplier on the upgrade card. I am going to go, though, in the BIOS, though, and check the AT bus speed. And all right, so standard CMOS BIOS features. Let me just double check things here. Chipset features. All right, so for 40 megahertz, I'll try clock divided by. Well, I think I want clock divided by 5 because I was trying to keep it at about 8 megahertz. I'll try something faster, but for now, I'm going to set it to clock divided by 5. And if this works, then maybe I'll try clock divided by 4, which would be about 10 megahertz. Because I think... I want to say 10 megahertz isn't too fast for this controller card. Although I sure thought it worked at 11 megahertz, but then again... Alright, so I do not have a DX2 CPU at 16 megahertz. I believe that is because they are... I think I've totally confused it. And it is just showing a number. It should be 160 megahertz. Although, for some reason, the system is running slower. It is possible that this motherboard automatically insert and put a wait state on the VCF local bus. So I go to check CPU. Internal CPU speed is 120 megahertz. Clock multiplier 4. Bus clock speed 30 megahertz. That doesn't seem right. Huh. Alright, let's run cache check and see if these numbers are any faster or slower. Whoa! That doesn't look good. Okay. That is like way slower. Um, okay, I don't know exactly what I've. Alright, I'm going to double check my settings while this runs. Although, quite honestly, looking at those numbers, those are like way out in left field. There is not a 30 megahertz setting on this board. There's a 25 megahertz. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I put. Okay, I see what I did. Instead of JP4, I put a jumper on JP2. I do not know what JP2 does. So let's. Okay, that's at least better. All right, at least it's like. Oh, that's weird. It like restarted itself. Okay, this processor might be unstable at this speed. Yeah, it looks like it just locked up. Okay, I do not know what JP2 does. It must be an internal jumper. Or it had to do with something that... Yeah, it looks like it just locked up. Okay. Yep, it locked up. Alright, good night, Frank. Alright, let me reset it. Let me go into the BIOS. Let me double check the settings. Let's see here. BIOS features. Actually, maybe I'll enable the disable quick power on test. In case there is a problem. Let's see. Audio configuration disabled. Clock divided by 5. Let's see. That's 8 megahertz. DMA clock. Oh, it looks like that's my only option. Okay, maybe this doesn't like 40 megahertz. It is possible this upgrade board does not like 40 megahertz. It may not overclock. Yeah, okay. So I think this 5x86 is... Despite the fact that I tried to move a little more air across it, and it's not really that hot. I don't think it likes running at 120 bus speed. Let me put the DX4 120 in. And see, that probably does mean I need to put the DX4 jumper back in place in case it matters on this board. All right. I will at least show that I think this system will... Yeah, I think the upgrade was unhappy at that bus speed. I have another one I might try, but then again, I mean, overclocking it should just be a temporary. If it doesn't like it, it's not going to damage it. It just won't be stable. I may try it later. But yeah, this processor, it's a DX4120, and there we go. So this one, I was not worried at all. This one I've had running 120 megahertz. There we go. 120 by 3, 40 megahertz bus clock speed. And if we run cache check now that I don't have I do not know what JP2 does. I think I will, while this runs. There we go. Those numbers look way better. Let me go to the retro web. Let me pull up this board and let me see if it by chance mentions what JP2 does. I think JP2 may be it's probably one of the jumpers marked do not change. So it may have to do with like factory test or something like that. All right, let's see where it just doesn't mention that at all. That would be, yeah, it'd be par for the course. Ah, okay, it's a mystery jumper. No telling what it does, it's not documented. Oh, yeah, that upgrade, that it is possible. Yes, you're right. This processor might not have a problem, but the power supply on this upgrade processor may not be beefy enough to support overclocking it, because it would be drawing more power. They probably did design this to a cost, and that cost probably did not involve significant headroom for overclocking. So that is true. I do have on my eBay wish list an actual 5x86 processor that I could put in my adapter board, because this Aries adapter board does support the 5x86. I think it even has a jumper setting that I can set it to X4. And I think its PWM on it is a lot beefier. Or at least, shall I say, it would be a lot easier to maybe take care of the problem on it. But yeah, there we go. So that's actually a pretty nice little boost at 40 megahertz. So this processor does support it. And yeah. Yeah, the undocumented stuff is the best stuff, but JP2 is not a good one to set. Because it, like... Yeah, it's not marked what it does, and there is a turbo switch jumper that is... I'm thinking it maybe... I'm wondering if it slowed the processor down to a speed... I'm wondering if it's an internal self-test jumper. It, like, would be something they'd set for factory self-test, and maybe it, like, slows the board down to a really slow speed to run factory tests. I don't know. It behaved very poorly with Jumper 2. Anyways, so this is good. This board does support write-back cache on AMD processors. Oh, did I forget to change it to screen share? Yeah, I probably did. Oh, well. So, yeah. Yeah, so this board supports write-back cache when you set the write-back jumper. It likes AMD processors. It doesn't like Intel processors. What can I say? I am somewhat curious, and maybe we'll come back to it. There are 3 other versions of the BIOS for this board. There is a revision 1.0. There's a revision 2.0. This one is revision 2.1. So the revision 2.1 is the one I submitted, so I don't need to try it. And then there is a green BIOS version 1.1. So I Might, if we have time, come back and try revision 2.0 and Intel processors and see what it does. But JP2 maybe to set the lowest possible settings. Yeah, that might be. Could be a quick way for in-factory tests to come to think of it, there was a DX4, there was an Intel, wasn't there a 16 megahertz 486 processor? I think there was. I bet the reason JP2 is not, I bet I know what JP2. Yes, I think Intel did, at least at one point. They were thinking about releasing a 16 megahertz 486 SX. And I bet the reason JP2 is not documented is because either by the time this board was released, the processor was just outdated, or I don't know, maybe it's not an AMD, but I think there was. I bet JP2 is not documented because I bet that's how you set 16 megahertz on the clock generator on this board. So I bet by installing that jumper, I basically jumpered it for that board that they don't claim to support, but that jumper is in the same area as the other clock speed jumpers. So I bet I accidentally stumbled upon how to set the clock speed for that processor. I don't have one. I don't have a DX processor. Otherwise, I'd see if maybe that was it. But yeah, I bet I did accidentally stumble upon how you would set the board for the 486 SX16, which I don't know if Intel. I can't remember. Yeah, okay, so they did release it. But I don't think it was on the market for long because I think that was basically Intel's way of competing with the 386 to try to steal some of that market share. Was 486 16, so that there was a low end configuration, but I don't think it was on the market for long. All right. So now the Shuttle Hot 419. You will notice that the one nice thing about this board is it's got a coin cell. I did not install an adapter. This board came with a coin cell, so Shuttle was at least thinking. I don't know that they were necessarily a high-end board manufacturer, but I do remember them being fairly competitive. So, I mean, they were popular boards. I don't know that they were a high-end board. But they weren't. I don't think they were a low-end board either. I think they were just like a good, all-round, decent board. Because I think your Azusa's and your MSIs were still your high-end boards. Although maybe Shuttle was a high-end board. I don't remember. Anyways, this is the Shuttle Hot 419. Luckily, it is not scorching hot like it just re-entered the atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Alright. So, like the other boards, thank you. Kibbles, the Rexonium. I found a 496 that was sadly battery nuked. Transistor broke off, and one of the power rails is like a piece of cheese. Ooh. Now I'm just hoping one day I'll get to fix it. Well, I hope so. Well, the 486 board I tried to repair that was battery and water nuked. It has so many broken traces on it. It's in my scrap pile. It's not really worth fixing, although it is a decent chipset, but there's just so many broken traces on it that, I mean, I don't know if I will try to fix it, but yeah, I know the feeling. I had to remove so many connectors just to get down to the point where I realized how many broken traces there were. And they're like broken traces on the memory and isobus and keyboard connector, and it was water and battery damaged. Yeah, I mean it's not. Let's just say that it's on the top of the pile so that it doesn't get any further damaged, and it's possible that if I get in a lull of other things, I might go back to it. I would like to try to find some finer wire for, because some of the traces are like really close together that I need to patch on it. It's definitely not an economically viable board to repair because of how many broken traces there are. But maybe I might try again. But at the moment, it's on my. It's in the scrap pile because it's just there's so many broken traces. It's not an economical repair. Because I actually wasn't going to remove the memory slots, but I did just to try to do it. I probably broke some of them trying to remove the memory. I had trouble removing it. All right. Unlike the EXP4044, I have not printed the manual for this board. The other problem is that I'm really not sure which version of the board I have, because there's 3 versions on. Okay, correction. There are 4 versions on the RetroWeb. And let me see if I can go to screen share here. So there are 4 versions of the board. Let me move my keyboard where I can actually get to it. Oh, let me first click onto Firefox. So there is a Shuttle Hot 419. There is a Shuttle Hot 419 version R 1.1. There's a Shuttle Hot 419 version 1.0. And there's a Shuttle Hot version 1.0. Bodge wire could, wire wrapping wire could easily work as bodge wire. I may have to look for some of that. Okay, so I think I did figure out one of these boards I do not have, and I think it is this first one here, the one that's just Shuttle Hot 419, because this board, there we go. So this board does not have resistor packs for configuration. So I do know that this is not the board that I have, because I do not have these resistor packs. That's the easy one. However, the other 3, I am having trouble telling exactly what the differences are. And I don't know that it's the... Oh, I'm upside... Oh. Yeah, it's because my webcam's in a different position. There we go. Hopefully my electrons will fall back into my head now. So, of these other 3 boards, I do know that this revision, what's marked version R 1.1, has the voltage regulator in place. But I don't know that all the boards shipped with that voltage regulator in place. Actually, there's 2. So my board doesn't have voltage regulator. So on the one hand, I'm like, okay, maybe this isn't, I don't have an R 1.1. However, as the spoiler, I did power the board up when I got it because I needed to make sure it worked because the seller didn't ship it in an anti-static bag. So the spoiler is the BIOS reports itself as being version R 1.1. So that's why there's a question that maybe I do have version 1.1. But, all right, and I've got a short memory tonight, apparently. Okay, so this is version 1.0. And, okay, so the voltage regulators aren't present. That does match my board. And overall, this kind of looks similar. But quite honestly, I don't see any differences between this board and this board when I look at the photos. So, and then again, this version 1.1. All right, well, I don't think I've got this version of the board because I do notice one thing. this version of the board doesn't seem to have voltage regulators at all. So I don't think I've got version 1.1. There's no voltage regulators. However, this version, this is what I find confusing. Because version 1.0 has voltage regulators. Version 1.1 does not. Version R 1.1 does. And then this Shuttle Hot 419, that probably is the original version of the board with resistor packs, has voltage regulators. So I'm like, you can see my confusion. How is your hat not? Yeah, seriously. So I don't get it. I don't know how version 1.1 doesn't have voltage regulators, but the other three versions do. Unless they spun a version of the board without voltage regulators as a differentiator to lower the cost. I don't. I mean, maybe I do have version 1.1. I don't know. Oh, you may have flashed the wrong BIOS. That would do it. So I am working under the presumption. The reason why this is important is because jumper settings. It is possible that I have a mismatch between hardware and BIOS. That is very possible. However, I have found information, and this is why I have the BIOS chip on my desk, that the version 419 AIP06 BIOS for this motherboard supposedly works with all of the revisions of the board. So I guess I probably shouldn't be surprised that maybe the final version worked with all of them. Because the thing is, all the revisions of the board have the same chipset. There are some slight differences in the jumper settings, though, which is why if some things don't work, I may end up having to go back and try a different jumper setting, because there's like some critical difference. If you look at all the jumper settings for all the boards, some of which have manuals, there's like minor differences that could be major. Anyways, this BIOS chip that I have on my bench here has API 06 BIOS on it. So I went ahead and pre-wrote it just because, so I'd have it handy. Now, I was trying to find this BIOS on Shuttle's archived website on archive.org, and I couldn't find it because this board never supported Flash BIOS, but that's not to say that Shuttle didn't somewhere along the line release information that BIOS worked on all the boards, even if they didn't have a Flash BIOS available. But yes, it is possible I have a mismatch between the BIOS and the board. We'll see what the BIOS string reports. After all, I just mainly wanted to power this board up to make sure it worked so that I could report it to eBay right away if it didn't work. Because I didn't think eBay would take it too kindly if I waited a week and then said, oh, yeah, by the way, it doesn't work. So, anyways, let me double check that according to this jumper guide, I have the board set for a DX2, because we're going to I'm going to start with the DX2 66. So, looking at the jumpers, I'm pretty sure that it's set for color because it would have complained if I had the wrong monitor type. So, JP36, the CPU ADS signal, select normal operation, 2 and 3 closed. I'm going to go back to, let me go back to table view, as I just want to double check these settings. Basically, I just made sure the board powered up. I didn't really, I think I put a CPU in it that would be okay for a brief power up. I just wanted to make sure that it at least gave me a video image, because the seller packaged this thing like that great. I don't like to pre-test things generally, but if I may have to make a claim with eBay, I will at least do the minimal to very quickly determine if I need to complain. Okay, so JP36 is in 2 and 3. I think I've got the DRAM jumper set to where my one memory module will work. I think I did at least check those jumpers when I powered it up because I wanted to make sure that was right. I'm assuming the cache is jumpered correctly. So for this board, it says for write through JP, let's see, I want write back though. JP 58 should be closed and 59 should be closed. And they are closed. So for the 486, okay, hold on. This is why I have those code names printed out. I think this CPU that I have in here is actually a P24D. Yes. So I have a P24D in here. So for the P24D, JP3 should be 2 and 3. And this is where I actually, I think, need to open this up in 2 different tabs. All right. So that I can have the motherboard view on one page and the jumper settings on the other. So I can switch between the 2 tabs. So JP3, and I guess I will show the screen share view so you can see what I'm looking at. Let me set the page width, and there's the jumpers, or at least most of them. All right, well, we can see most of them there. And then we'll set the page width. So P24D is the DX2 write back enhanced. JP3 should be 2 and 3. And the reason I have this guide is because these jumpers, there's no rhyme or reason as to where they're located. It was probably wherever they could most easily route them in their software to where they need to go. I mean, the chips in the chipset are like right in here. So naturally, if they're configuring something on the processor or the chipset or the cache, then I mean, really, this is where they're going to have to go. That problem is JP3 is JP3 is right there. And JP3 should be 2 and 3. And now it is 2 and 3. JP5 is 1 and 2. JP5 is right there. JP5 is 1 and... Actually, I don't think that's 1 and 2. I wish the board's pin 1 indicators were more visible. I'm going to have to assume that pins 1 and 2 are towards the bottom of the board because I don't see the mark on the board, but there is the mark here that is pin 1. No, that is okay. I see it. I've got it right. Pin 1 and 2. JP8 is 2 and 3. JP8 is 2 and 3. Okay. JP42 should be open. JP42 is... Where is JP42? Okay, JP42 is not open. JP42 is now open. You know, this is why it was nice when they made CPU motherboards where you could finally just configure the thing in the BIOS. JP43 should be 1 and 2. JP43 should be 1 and 2, and it is. All right. And if that wasn't annoying enough, there's a whole nother So JP44 should be open. I think now that we're in the general ballpark, I can find all these. JP44 is now open. JP45 should be open. JP45 is now open. JP46 should be open. JP46. Oh, JP46, where are you? JP46 is now... Also, yes, you are reading that correct. There's a whole block of jumpers, and they're not in order. Yes, it goes JP46, JP62, JP61, JP47, JP48. I did not design this motherboard. That is totally illogical. That definitely is probably has to do with how the routing had to go. So JP46 is now open. JP47 is open. JP48 is open. JP49, which is back down over here, should be, I think, 1 and 2. JP49 is 1 and 2. All right. And then this is annoying. 66 megahertz. JP21, you might think, they put the jumper block 21, 22, 23. I just know it. No, they didn't. It's 22, 21, 23. So, 22 should be 1 and 2. And it is now 1 and 2. That's 22. 21 should be 2 and 3. So 2 and 3. And then 23 should be 1 and 2. All right, that should give me 66 megahertz. And bus ratio configuration JP65 should be closed for 2x. JP65 is JP65. Yes, where is JP65? Well, you would think it would be somewhere around here, around like maybe 64 or 67. There's 63 down here. 63, 64, 65. Where are you? Is it maybe off the page where I can't see it? Nope. 65, 65. Is there any 65? Does anyone see 65 that I'm overlooking? Yeah, this is laid out. Yeah, this is laid out. Okay. So that does say JP65 should be closed. Yeah, it's 65. All right. I'm going to have to go to the board. So and I already see a discrepancy. All right. I'm looking to see if I see 65 anywhere on the board. Okay, I found 64. It's actually not populated. But it is where that diagram says it would be. Also, the discrepancy I see is I found the silkscreen legend on the board for the CPU clock, and it completely contradicts what this manual says. So that probably means I need to go look at one of the other manuals and see if it matches the silkscreen on this board. Or this board has a different clock generator, and therefore there's two different settings. But yeah, let's see here. So I don't see JP65. It is possible that means this isn't actually R1.1 for the board. All right, but the other thing I see is, so this says for 33 megahertz and for 66 megahertz, JP21 should be 2 and 3, JP22 should be 1 and 2, JP23 should be 1 and 2. The silkscreen legend says that it should be 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 2 and 3. Completely backwards from what the manual says. There is a 65 on this page, but there is not on the diagram. I do not see 65 on this diagram. I would think that it... Oh, there it is. I found it. 65. It's right below the CPU. And it is not present on this board. Well, it is. But it's not populated. So, and it is also open because I do not see a jumper wire on it. Therefore, the board is permanently jumpered for 3x. That makes no sense. Oh, hey, Dave. Welcome back. I think that maybe I don't have a version 1.1 board after all. Okay. Maybe. All right, well, let's look at the 1.1, not R. Maybe there's... All right, well, let's all right, well, the diagram looks the same. It's the version 1.1 jumper settings. I don't think this is... Well, let's check this. So 66, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 2 and 3. Well, wait a minute. Did I? Here we go. So here we go. This looks different. So I don't think I've got a version R 1.1 of the board, because I'm wondering if R is for regulator. So maybe I've got a version 1.1 of the board, because actually I noticed that the speed jumpers are this matches the silkscreen. So okay, so maybe I got version 1.1 of the board. So let's check the jumpers again. Yeah, this is... Oh, and by the way, if anyone's wondering, well, why don't you just look at the board and see what version number's on the board? This board nowhere has any version number on it. None. In fact, Hot 419 does not appear on this board. Shuttle does not appear on this board. So let me close these tabs. I think the problem is that the RetroWeb has an incorrect... I think one of the pictures on their version R 1.1 board is actually a version 1.1 picture, and I think that's part of my confusion. All right, let's try this again. So I think I got a Shuttle Hot 419 version 1.1, which for some reason the Microhouse Encyclopedia of Mainboards calls this a Tulip Computers Shuttle Hot 419. I don't know. This is all confusing. I think maybe I got a version 1.1 board. And the annoying thing is the jumpers are like, despite the fact that the two boards look almost identical on the diagram, the jumpers are like completely different. Unfortunately, not completely different enough to be totally obvious from what's on the silk screen, because the only thing on the silk screen are the cache settings and the CPU speeds. Like, those are the only two things silk screened. Nothing else is silk screened, which would have probably made it easier to figure out that I had the wrong settings. So, anyways. All right, start from the top. So, pins 36, JP36, luckily that one's the same. All right, notice on this board for P24T, they actually separate that the cache scheme jumpers, one's for P24T and one's for P24D. So since I am installing a P24D, I am going to open JP58, which is up here by the power connector. But I'm going to leave JP59 closed. Even though the default setting for both of those is closed. And then, interestingly enough, the clock select ratio is still on this board, even though it's not populated and it's open because there's no jumper wire, whatever. So even though the default select is 2x and it says it's closed, I don't see a jumper wire on this board. Maybe this board's missing it. Maybe it should have had it and it's missing it. I don't know. I have the cost cut one with the better ports BIOS. Yeah, that is quite possible. I wonder if I think maybe the BIOS doesn't care. Okay. So the sensible thing would be to double check. Actually, I think all these jumpers are the same. At the risk of getting really confused, I am going to gamble and go to the R 1.1, and I'm just going to very quickly check that these jumpers were actually the same. So 2 and 3, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, open 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 2 and 3, 1 and 2, 2 and 3. Oh, JP5 is actually okay. No. Not the same. So I'm going to have to double check all these jumpers. So JP3, although at least I think the jumpers are in the same place. So JP3 is 2 and 3. Okay, that's the same. JP5 is 2 and 3. Okay, so I gotta change that. That one's actually different between the two revisions of the board. I do not know why. JP8 is 1 and 2. That one's also different from the other revision of the board. Seriously. JP42 is open. Okay, that is actually the same between the two boards. JP43 is 1 and 2. That's the same. JP44 is open. Yeah, I think JP44 is open. Yes, it is. JP44 is open. Okay, 45, 46, 47, and 48 should all be open. So 45 is open, 46, 47, 48. Those are all open. Those are the same as the other revision. And 49 is 1 and 2. Okay. So it was a couple jumpers are different. And also the CPU frequency. This matches what is silkscreened on the board, so it should be 2 and 3. And also, this is completely backwards from the other revisions. So, for some reason, they have some of the jumpers are completely backwards, and maybe the other board has pull-ups in a different place. I don't know. This is just weird. Okay, I don't have a regulator, so I'm not going to set that. So, JP33 for weight states. See, this board actually has weight state configuration. So, JP33, that other board didn't have these two jumpers. So, JP33 and 34 are two jumpers at the end of the third VISA slot. 33 is open. So that's 0 weight states, and 34 is open for CPU speed, 33 megahertz. All right. All that just to power this board up. So I think this is a version 1.1, no R. So 3, 2, 1, contact. CMOS checksum failure. Oh. Okay, there's one cool thing about this board. Can anyone tell what it is? I'll give you a hint. It starts with Win and ends with BIOS. Alright, so I'm going to restore the optimal values. I don't really know if this is a... Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's right. Okay, okay, don't know why the BIOS is corrupt and yet the clock is right. Whatever. Clock is right, though. It is 2129. Floppy A is not installed. Floppy B is not installed. Hard disk C is not installed because the card I have will take care of that. All right, advanced. System keyboards present. Above. Oh. I don't have a mouse connected. Memory 6 sound. Yep. System boot up numlock on. System that's high. Enabled. All right. I'll leave the shadows off. Chipset. Auto config. Actually, let me disable this. AT bus clock should be. Let's see here. For 33 megahertz. Clock divided by 4. Hidden refresh enabled. That's good. And let's see here. Yeah. All right. That's good. Power management is disabled. And let's see here. Should be function 10 to save and exit, I think. Or, oh. Now I hit escape, save changes, and exit. Yeah, this board has a WinBIOS, which I think it might be one of the earlier ones. Because I thought WinBIOS was really a Pentium board thing, but I knew there were some 486 boards that had it. I've actually been looking for a working board with a WinBIOS. So this would be cool if this one actually works. Alright, so we have 256K of cache memory. It does see it as an S-series CPU starting MS-DOS. And that's good. Alright, well, let's go to DOS Bench. DOS Bench and check CPU. And we're in write through mode. Wonderful. And I know I configured it as a P24D. Does this board have a separate write back jumper? Well, it could. No one's archived the manual for this board, despite the fact that the shuttle boards seem to be really popular. All right, let me see if any of the other shuttle boards have. Okay. One of the boards has the actual shuttle manual, but I think it's the board that has the resistor packs for configuring, so that might actually not be that useful. No, not useful because... Oh, wait. JP59 right... Oh, no, I have the right back jumper installed. JP59 is on. JP59, because it's the one by the power connector. All right. Hold on while I make sure I got the correct diagram again. JP59. Oh, wait, I just noticed something. I can't have version 1.1 of the board because version 1.1 of the board has 30 pin and 72 pin SIM sockets on it. Okay. Oh, this isn't version 1. Okay, well, what version do I have? Maybe I have version 1.0 of the board? I just realized I completely didn't notice the fact that the diagram had some wrong things on it. Now I feel like a non-geek because I've read the directions and still got it wrong. Okay, so okay, interestingly enough, this diagram 58. Okay, so this diagram shows the JP58 is above the CPU socket. That does not make a lick of sense. I think I got a revision of the board that is like an amalgamation of... Yeah, there's JP58. Sure enough, JP58. Well, then what are these two jumpers by the power connector? All right, so JP58 is right there on the board, but JP58 is for P24T write back cache, so I need JP59. All right, time to hunt for JP59, because I sure thought they were by the power connector. Which makes no sense. Oh wait, that's JP69. Well, I can't read sometimes. Okay. Well, I'm going to figure out what the two jumpers by the power connector do because, well, I've dorked with them and probably... JP59. JP59 is, according to this, in the row of jumpers, JP59, there's JP36. And according to this diagram, JP59 should be right beside JP36, but instead, I have what looks like an LED header. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, this is weird. All right, let me turn this off. I don't know. Joe is thinks it connects plus and minus 12 volts. The jumper 59, yeah. Okay. So I don't know what, I'm going to have to look at the manual and see if it describes what JP60 and JP69 do. Probably nothing. They're probably RAM bank selection. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at. If I can get the board far enough back on my workbench. This might be an undocumented version. Which would mean that it would be incredibly difficult to... Alright, so according to the diagram I'm looking at, okay, so according to this diagram, and I'm going to zoom in for, so I should have S1, which I think is the reset switch, JP16, which I think is the turbo switch, JP18, which is the speaker, and yeah, it's marked JP18 as well, JP2, which is marked JP2, and that is the keyboard lock, JP17, sure enough, that's the turbo LED, JP36, which is JP36, which is one of the configuration jumpers, JP59, and then JP45 and 42. So JP36 is a 3-pin, 59 is 2-pin, 45 is 2-pin, and 42 is 2-pin. All right. Oh, I think I found the one I'm looking for. I think the diagram's slightly wrong. Okay. So anyways, what I was looking at here is, if you look, so there's JP36, it's a 3-pin header. So it's on 2 and 3, but I'll remove the jumper so you can see that, yep, it is a 3-pin. It's a 3-pin header. Right beside the turbo LED, there's JP36, it's a 3-pin header. And then JP, what appears to be JP53, which isn't even on this diagram. But I think I finally did find JP59. I think JP59 is right here. Yeah, the diagram's slightly wrong. It shows 59, 45, and 42 as being right after 36. But it looks like they forgot to mention that. So there's JP59 right there. So JP59 is now on. Now, before I power this board back up, there's this matter of these two, and I got to plug the VGA cable back in because it just fell out. So there's these two, JP60 and JP69. I thought that was JP59 because the silk screen's not the greatest on this board. That is apparently JP69. It is not on this diagram. If it is, whoop, screen share. So it is not on the diagram right there. It should be pictured right there, but it is not. JP63 and 68. Is that maybe a 68 and not a 69? Okay. Let me take another look at what those say. I think this is an undocumented version. And I'm going to remove the power connector so I can get the maximum amount of light in back over here. All right, so oh, I think that is JP60 and JP69. And all right, I do not know what they do. They don't. Let me see if they're mentioned anywhere on this jumper setting. I'm just going to scroll through it really quick because I'm just looking for any references. Okay, that's 65. Are those maybe the DRAM? Are those maybe the DRAM configuration jumpers? Are those maybe on a... All right. All right, let me see what those do on another revision of the board. Does the version 1.1 R1.1 board maybe mention those jumpers? Because I sure remember JP60. This might be a RAM mode configure. JP60, I think, is a RAM mode configuration jumper. But I don't know. And JP69 is CPU ready delay configuration. I am thinking that. All right. One moment, please, while I pull up the eBay listing and see if the seller's absolutely wonderful pictures, no, they were not wonderful, are clear enough to see what those jumpers originally were, because I have dorked with them and I don't remember what they were when I started. No. 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 Yes. All right, that is like the most horrible picture in the world. But I think it's clear enough. Yes. Okay. I'm just going to put those back the way they were when the... So, luckily, I can see by this very bad picture that I've zoomed in on. It is a really bad picture. Fun fact, if you're going to take pictures of an item for eBay, maybe don't hold it on your lap and try to use a really low resolution cell phone. Take pictures if you can help from it. But anyways, all right. I've put those back the way they were. They're not documented on anything for this board. So now that is how they were when I got this board. I have no idea what that's actually going to do. For one of the versions of the board, one of those is RAM bank configuration and the other is CPU ready line delay. But I think the RAM bank configuration setting only would apply if this had 30 pin and 72 pin SIM sockets. And, well, I don't know. Okay, so all that. Joe is making way too much sense. Joe broke the corner leg off a tiny surface mount inverter. I want your money back, all 8 cents of it. He's asking me, why don't I create a spreadsheet with all of the jumpers my board has, then correlate those with all the data sheets and see what I actually have. You know, that actually might make sense. I may have to do that sometime. Probably not on this stream, because spreadsheets are one quick way of getting people to leave your live stream. Okay, well, let's see what this board does now. Oh. Actually, it would probably help if I plugged the VGA cable back in, because it fell off 10 minutes ago. Might also help if I plug the postcard in. All right. It's still doing nothing. Let me find the postcard. Quite possible that I've got something misconfigured now. All right. Postcard is in. Let me plug it into what is marked as speaker. And dash, 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 dash. Hmm. Okay, I may very well have something misconfigured. All right, let me make sure all the cards are seated and power connectors are seated. Well, okay, the power connectors, I got black in the middle. They're connected correctly. Keyboard's plugged in. Cards are still seated. Processor notch is matching the alignment mark. Joe's telling me at least it's not showing SOS. Yeah, that's true. Hmm. Okay. Well, let me go 60. All right, let me check something here. So JP55. Hmm. Oh, okay. Add sockets. Well, the only thing I've changed is jumper settings, which might mean I gotta double check the jumper settings. Yeah, maybe the 8-bit slot is bad. Let me try one of these 16-bit slots. Maybe it was. Hmm. Okay. Add socket. All right, let's see here. So I didn't remove the CPU. Maybe I'll. Okay, so I'll reseat the CPU. Not that I expect that's going to do much. Guess I could go through and. All right, so that's the wrong version of the board. let me see if on the version of the board, the documentation that seems to most match what I have, let me make sure that I don't see JP60 and 69 documented. I do not. Well, okay. Maybe I'll remove JP59. That's the right back jumper. Let's see. Nope, still not posting. Should not be sending postcodes to the ISA bus. Well, actually, I can't prove that it was because I didn't have the postcard in until I started having trouble. All right, well, let me do something that I know will cause it. Because it worked before because we did have it powered up once when it was configured for write through, and I went through and checked the jumpers. Oh, wait. Okay. I'm going to see if it starts. So it has no RAM. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's posting. But the one thing I did have when it was working is this. I had this jumper, which I thought was one of the right back jumpers because I misread it. I had both of these on. Well, there is another possibility that maybe this board was borderline. All right, so that jumper's back the way it was. Did I? Okay. That's just the heatsink that's not attached. Let me move that. Did I maybe? Okay, I don't think I... Alright, let me see if I can find the... clear CMOS jumper. Let's see, don't see one. I mean, it could take the battery out, but it can sometimes take a little bit for that to clear. Okay, let's try something. Okay, first of all, maybe I have something misconfigured and Visa Local Bus isn't... Maybe something's misconfigured in the video card. Like, all right, I pulled the Visa Local Bus card. Still no postcodes. Okay. I'm just going to start pulling things. Don't have many things left to pull, though. Okay, CPU is getting warm. Actually, quite warm. I don't know that it's hotter than it should be, but... All right. Well, let's see something. Maybe did I do something to my CPU? All right. Let me try my other DX2. So for this one, I do need to unjumper right back because it's not a P24D. Probably means I may have to change more than just that jumper setting, because that is actually a open. Okay, those are the same. 1 and 2. I do need to change JP3 to 1 and 2. Let's try this. I'm gonna jumper this for just a regular DX2. So 2 and 3, 1 and 2. So JP42 should actually be okay. That's still open. Okay, let's try this. This is a different CPU. Oh, hey, Jeremy. Nope, still not happy. So okay. All right, let's try the 46. I'm about to spray copious quantities of deoxit everywhere because... All right. There we go. Posting now. What have I done? I don't know. I pulled a bunch of stuff out. Put a different processor in, but it's... And then ooh. That didn't sound right. Oh, that was just me bouncing the heatsink. Okay, we're fine. Okay. And I changed one of the jumpers beside the power connector, which I don't know what they do. Oh, it would help if I plugged the display in and switched views. Okay, it's posting again. This board... Okay, so this is the non-write back enhanced DX2. And I have no idea if that is why it started posting again. Alright, it posted. Add socket. Well, Kibbles, the problem was... Only thing I did was I changed jumper settings to enable write back, or so I thought. I mean, maybe I do still have a bad socket. I mean, that is true. This Pentium, that 486, which I apparently want to destroy by throwing it on the table. Okay, so I think this DX2 should... So that's the other DX2. I think it should power up in these settings. And it doesn't. Alright, deoxit time. I'm gonna have to pull the other board out and make sure I didn't, like, fry that processor. Okay. Let's see here. Let me find the plastic straw for this so I can more precisely aim this into the board. And I don't know where it is. Alright. Workaround time. Alright. You don't know where... Oh, here we go. All right. Oh, good. That's not the red can. I think it's a flaky or slightly internally damaged CPU socket. That could be. Well, might mean I need to get a replacement socket, or more accurately, pull one off another board. There we go. All right, so while I wait for that to evaporate slightly, let me change the jumpers back to a P24D. So JP3 should be 2 and 3. And let's see, JP59. Okay, that should be the differences. All right. And then we'll put the processor in. And nope. Oh, good. So you got everything out of your locker finally? Oh, no, Jeremy. For this board I got off eBay and received earlier this week. It is appearing as if its 486 socket is misbehaving. All right. Also, probably doesn't help if there's deoxit pooled in the CPU sockets. Let me give that a minute or two to evaporate. And we'll give it one more try with that CPU. Oh. Well, that's some weird corrosion on the bottom of the CPU. Hopefully I didn't fry the CPU, but if I think I did, I'll pull the other board out, because this CPU worked in that other board. Oh, I mean, vintage electronics all electronics will eventually wear out, and, oh, maybe this CPU computed its last ad cycle a little while ago. Well, no. Okay, so what CPUs am I willing to risk? Alright, well, let me put the other 486 in. Even though the board's not jumpered correctly for it, maybe it might still post. No. Alright, if I really quickly jumper it correctly for that CPU, will it post? Yes. YouTube is always having a moment. Sometimes I think YouTube has moments just for the notoriety and social media advertising. Okay, so the non-write back 486 seems to be working fine when jumpered correctly. All right. I'm gonna put the overdrive processor in. So it should be totally fine jumpered this way because it's got its internal multiplier. And sure enough, yeah, YouTube's probably having a moment. Okay, well, that's good. Okay, so that's the DX4 overdrive. Hey, Adam. Okay. So... Okay. Let me try the right back DX2 again. Let me just make sure I didn't, like... Oh, that is weird. Like, all the pins are... Okay, that's just weird. This right back DX2 that I have, it's like, it looks like all the pins are slightly leaning, which is just weird. All right, well, this power... Okay, this CPU posts in non-write back configuration. That's weird. Okay. If I change this to write back configuration, or for a P24D, it does not post. Okay, well, what if I configure for just a DX2? It does not post. And if I put right back off, it does not post. Despite the fact that it posted just a moment ago. And it posts. Right through causing a short. It'd be right back might be causing a short. Huh. Jeremy, is it the Intel Mac Pro that I gave you? Or is it a different one? Okay. Try this again. So, 2 and 3. Okay, so now it's posting in P24D configuration. Yeah, it's flaky. I'm wondering if there's a different problem with this board. Okay. So if I put the right back jumper back now that it seems to be happy. All right, Jeremy, if it's the one I gave you, then it's a Mac Pro 4,1 that has been modified to be a 5,1. Also, if it's the one I gave you, do not attempt to remove the heatsink from the Northbridge chip that is between the two CPUs. Repeat, do not. The one I gave you didn't have a GPU in it. Okay, so it doesn't like the right back configuration jumper. Which I don't know. I don't know why. Something like that, Jack 68K. It's just I didn't use JB Weld. I used thermal adhesive. So the good news is you will not have a problem with needing to repaste it. So yeah, I got to write back enhanced CPU in write through mode because I can't set that jumper. Okay, so this board doesn't seem to want to post with this CPU with the right back jumper on, which might mean that this isn't the right jumper, even though it's clearly marked JP59. All right, well, let's, I mean, I guess it could be my Intel CPU. Okay, let me try another processor. So I'm going to try the AMD DX4 120. I mean, I kind of hate to, well, I mean, I guess anytime I try a processor in a system, I'm risking it. And it's not posting. Let me turn it off. I'm going to remove the right back jumper. And it's posting. So it would appear as if either the jumper that this manual says is for write back on P24D processors, either it's got the wrong jumper mentioned, or there's a problem with the board on that jumper. Because, yeah, so there we go. It's in write through mode, though. So, yeah, there does appear to be a problem with this board. Okay, well, let's... Okay, I've got an idea here. If you'll remember, I have the latest BIOS for this board in EEPROM. So, all right, so I just set the board back up for my regular DX266. I am going to remove the BIOS that is in the board because it is a version 1.1. Maybe, I mean, even though the postcode analyzer is showing dash dash, it is possible that without short of putting an oscilloscope on it and seeing that the board actually is not doing anything, that maybe it just was crashing early in the boot process with that version of the BIOS due to a bug, and so it wasn't actually writing anything in the postcode register. So I'm going to put this handy dandy newer version of the BIOS in. This is the AP06 or something like that. It's the latest version of the BIOS for this board. It supposedly works with all the revisions. So this should post with the regular DX processor. And we should get a CMOS checksum error. So it is, I see post codes. We should get a CMOS checksum error though, because it is a newer BIOS. There we go, CMOS checksum failure. Press F1. And all right, so let me load the optimal settings and then go back. So date time, kept that. No floppy installed. No disk installed. You see here above. Whoops. System boot and unlock is on. Let's see. High CPU speed. Cachers are enabled. We'll leave the shadowing that way. Chipset. I do want to disable that. So AT bus clock speed selection. Yep, clock divided by 4. Actually, I'm going to leave that at 1 wait state for now. Oh, I do not want byte swap from what I can tell. Internal cache write back. Oh, okay. Well, that's not supported on this processor. Okay. Maybe that is interesting. This version of the BIOS has a write back setting. So, okay, but this isn't a write back processor. Maybe that early BIOS doesn't support write back, and maybe that's why it was crashing when I jumpered for it, or not posting. Maybe it was just failing that early in the post process. There we go. We booted. All right, so let me put the other DX266 in. I'll change its 2 jumpers. Okay, now we're jumpered for a P24D. Write back is enabled. And no post. Okay. Let me remove the write back jumper. And it's posting. And we'll go into the BIOS and see if it'll maybe let me enable keyboard error. Yeah. Ah, and it appears as if it's locked up. That's weird. Okay, we'll try again. Keyboard error. And it's locked up. It's like, okay. You hard reset it. Maybe I'll wait for it to run the memory test and then hit delete, although that should not be required. Hi, Thomas. Nope. Okay, well, let me get into BIOS this time. There we go. Okay, I do not like that. It would not let me go into BIOS without crashing with this processor. That doesn't seem right. And that's interesting. Oh, there we go. Internal cache write back enabled. Of course, the jumpers has it disabled. I just set it to enabled in the BIOS. The BIOS, though, seemed to be unstable with... Oh, it does help if you spell DOSBench correctly. All right, so check CPU. And we're in right through mode, probably because it's not jumpered for it. Jeremy, I know that BIOS supports a mouse, but I don't have a mouse handy. So, no mouse. Thomas, I am running a right back enhanced DX266. And this board will not post when I put the right back jumper on. The right back jumper's on. The BIOS has it set to on, and it is not posting. Seriously, I wonder if there is something wrong with this board. Okay, so this board does not post when you have the right back jumper on. For a Okay. Let me stick a CPU that doesn't have right back cache on it. Okay, so with the right back jumper on, if I put the Intel Overdrive processor in, which doesn't have right back cache, so I don't think those pins are be connected on the motherboard. I picked something that I purposely knew probably wouldn't have those pins connected. It does post. But I think if I go to DOS Bench and do CPU right through mode, and this isn't a right back enhanced processor, it's in right through mode, no problem. Okay. Well, what if I try the AM5X86 upgrade? Yeah, I should have known. Nope, no post. Okay, so thanks, Jeremy. Because apparently this board that I got really cheap on eBay, which supposedly supported right back. I thought it might even support Intel processors with right back. Apparently, okay, yeah, I'm pulling things out of this board. I'm going to take a look at the bottom side of the board. Apparently, whenever I try anything with right back on this board, with the board jumpered for right back, it doesn't even post at all, which tells me that there's something wrong potentially with the CPU socket. All right, let's see if there's any signs. I will get it to focus here momentarily. All right, I guess I can zoom out just a little bit. All right, so here's the underside of the 486 socket. I will have to pull up a diagram of the processor and then try to reverse my brain, because most certainly the diagram will be for looking at the top side or the underside of the processor, and I have the board turned around. But at the moment, short of trying to reflow every last pin on the CPU socket, which would take a while and require a lot of heat, all the solder joints do look shiny. Furthermore, the jumper, I'm going to look and see if I can see where the jumper connects to. All right, so actually, here's the jumper pins for that right back jumper right here. Well, Thomas, I sure thought a Shuttle brand motherboard would actually, it would have, if it said it supported right back, I sure thought Shuttle would work. Because I thought Shuttle was at least a halfway respectable brand. Although I'm just waiting for Jeremy to remind me that, oh yeah, Shuttle was actually part of PC Chips or something like that. I thought Shuttle was a halfway respectable brand. And the chipset on it is a right back chipset, so I at least thought I had something going for me. So here's the jumper. This is the right back jumper. So I see that one of the traces is on the bottom of the board, and it goes over to this component, which actually I think it's the resistor on the top side of the board beside the jumper block. And then, well, all right. I suspect this is going to 5 volts or ground, probably inside the board. And then this, I'm hoping maybe I'll see the trace on the top side, because I don't right offhand know which pin is the right back pin. Was the right back static RAM was the problem? Well, actually, this jumper I'm trying to set is actually the level 1 right back jumper. As far as I know. Okay, so this jumper, so here's the resistor. And unfortunately, the other leg is going to an inner layer. So, but actually, that's probably going to the chipset, not the processor. And Jeremy just reminds me that Shuttle, Amptron, PC Chips, and ECS were all the same company, essentially. And I thought I was joking when I said that Jeremy was going to remind me that Shuttle was part of PC Chips and Amptron, famous for making boards that did not deliver on their promises. Also famous for making fake cache fake cache boards, but those are actually SRAM chips there. So this board, just might not support right back cache after all, because, well, it does appear as if no matter what I try, I am unable to get the board to post with right back enabled, which quite honestly could be that. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is probably just yet another one of my disappointments from eBay, because if I can't enable right back cache, then I can't enable right back cache. So, great. All right. Well, actually, not great. I say great and really mean not great. So, we've got this wonderful Shuttle Hot 419 board that actually, I'm not sure what revision it is, because it doesn't seem to match any of the boards on the RetroWeb. I think the version 1.0 board comes closest, though. And it doesn't support right back at all. So, really, probably going to go back on my eBay sell pile. And probably the only reason why I'll be able to sell it is because I actually bothered to test it. But I will have to at least advertise that you can't enable right back on a P24D processor because it will not post. So I probably will be able to recoup what I paid for it. There's probably someone out there that maybe will just decide, oh, it's a 486 board. I guess I'll sell it at a halfway reasonable price. I'll even leave the 256K cash on it because I got enough of those chips. I don't need to steal them for anything. Yeah, back on eBay it goes, because it's not going to do what I want it to do. Okay, so maybe I'll be able to make a few bucks on it because at least I'll be able to sell it as tested. I'll describe that it doesn't support write back after all, but it's at least tested, and I'll include the latest BIOS along with the original one. I'm sure someone might appreciate that, although caveat emptor. I mean, there's someone that'll probably not want to use write back cache. They won't care. So, and I got the other two 486 boards that don't support write back at all. They never did. And then I got this board that I mean, it'll work. I guess it might be my Visa Local Bus board. So I can put the AM5X86 processor in it. I will need to upgrade its cache because it only has 128K cache on it. But this processor works in it. I do need to do the battery mod to it. Adam bids 25 quatlus. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to sell it for like at least let's see, what did I pay for that board? What's my disappointment level? Let's see here. My disappointment level is wait a minute. Did I really pay that much for it? I thought the seller gave me a bargain. Okay. Let's see, I'm not signed into eBay on this computer. eBay is reminding me of an auction that ends in 11 minutes. Oh, there was a severe thunderstorm warning 40 minutes ago. Obviously, didn't even notice it. All right, well, that's the best kind of severe thunderstorms. I didn't even notice it happened. Let's see here. How much did I pay for that board? Ah, yes. Okay, my disappointment level for this board is $29 plus $8.91 shipping and sales tax. Whatever sales tax is on that. I think I paid $37.11 total. That's my disappointment level. I mean, in tested condition, maybe I can get $50 for it, because I think the seller, I'm confirming that I remember the description correctly. Yeah, returns not accepted because they're just... Oh, they said tested working. Okay. They did allegedly test it. Probably with the standard processor. Okay, well, maybe I'll be able to get a little more out of it than I paid for it. Let's see, have I ever recapped a 610, 660, 6100 power supply? I don't think I have. Jeremy, I'm not going to, but yeah, I paid $40 for it. I'm not going to sell it for $40 because I'll lose money. I'll maybe list it for like... Got a coin cell battery, not a Varda. I might have enough spare RAM chips. Maybe I might dig up I don't know. I was just thinking, I might be able to... I got enough 72-pin SIMs. Maybe I can find two to make a nice amount of memory and throw it in with that board, and... I don't want to give up one of my processors, though. Oh, maybe I'll toss in some memory with the board and sell it for, try to get, $70 out of it. I got enough 72-pin SIMs. I probably have some that are working. Maybe get a little bit more out of it. I don't know. Maybe get a little more. Asus 486 Visa Local Bus boards, people are asking stupid prices. Well, Asus was probably actually making a better board. I will sell that board for a fair price. I might include some RAM with it if I've got some spares, which I think I do. I can test the RAM. That at least gets someone started. I mean, I do have a DX250 processor that, I mean, maybe I might throw that DX250 processor and some RAM and the motherboard, and I don't know, might at least get someone started. It's not a write back processor. Then at least I have a set that I've tested together and I know this works together. Disclose the fact that you can't configure write back on it even though the board supposedly supports it. I don't know. I'll find a fair price to not be the scalper, but not lose my shirt either. And then that at least I'll feel better because I got someone started and I didn't overcharge. I've charged a fair price and I disclosed it. And I always enable offers so they can talk me down. But I got enough 72-pin sims. I think I got enough that of working 72-pin sims. I can at least maybe make it a slightly more compelling offer. All right, so I do need to check this board. Thomas has an Asus 486 VCF local bus board with a fried CPU and a fried keyboard encoder. Well, Thomas, Adam, I'll get back to you. I don't remember what power supply the Centra 610 takes. Of course, I don't have a Centra 610 to be able to test it after I recap it though. But maybe it uses the power supply style where I would have something to test it. I'll have to check and get back to you. Thomas, I have keyboard encoders. In fact, I could probably tell you where to get them, assuming the seller ships to Canada. I have like several tubes of keyboard encoders. Now, whether they'll work with that board, I don't know. Some boards are pickier than others as to what keyboard encoder they want to work with. All right, I'm going to configure this board. Oh, wait, why am I doing this? Oh, I guess to make sure that the board still works, and then I'll go to installing the, actually, no, let me do the battery mod on this board. And by battery mod, I mean I'm going to install one of the Varda replacement boards. I'm not going to bother trying to figure out where on the board you install the diode to not feed voltage back in the battery. I don't know if it's install the diode or remove the diode or what. I'm not going to bother trying to figure that out. I mean, it is probably one of these, but I'm just going to install a Varda replacement. It's got a little diode on it. It's a very, it's actually it's actually like a charge controller diode, so its forward voltage is very low. So I'm not going to worry. I won't worry about voltage drop. Quite honestly, it works so well that it's almost just as easy to just use one of those than it is to figure out where you remove the diode to prevent this board from charging it. Well, Jeremy, I would probably take you up on some more stuff, but I think for this month I have acquired what I thought to acquire from you. I'm sure if you find something unique in your collection that I might be interested in. Well, first of all, a couple things I have in mind that you might have that you might be willing to sell aren't going to fit in the box anyway, so I'm not even going to mention them, but I think the box you have for me is pretty much full, unless there was like anything, well, I don't know. I think I've got everything I want this month from you. Okay. So right now I'm just trying to get the hot glue off the board. This is the hot glue that held the Varda battery in. I put some isopropyl alcohol on it because I'm pretty sure this is hot glue, and isopropyl alcohol usually will loosen its hold on whatever, and oh, see, right there, that half of it just released its grip. And all right, I'm just letting the isopropyl do its job. Well, I don't know, Jeremy. It really was probably only one computer type. It's not going to fit in the box that you have for me now. It would probably potentially smash everything in the box. And no, I'm not asking if you have another Bertha. The one computer that I'd potentially be interested in would be an XT, like an actual IBM XT. Not the PC. Probably not really the AT. I think at that point there were like so many clones that really did it better than IBM. But the XT would be like my compromise to. We had a IBM portable personal computer. I think it was the 5165, which I think is basically an XT in a case with a CRT. So I don't really necessarily need the all-in-one aspect of it, but having an XT would be nice because that would be kind of the close analog without having an all-in-one. Kind of like the PC was too first gen for my tastes, and there were so many PC clone manufacturers after the when IBM came out with the AT that I'd probably rather have Compact's 286. Honestly, ooh, an IBM XT 286. Now that might be cool. Yeah, poor Adam saying pour lava on it. Okay, all right. Well, I got the hot glue off. I think on this board, I think actually the Varda might have been removed before I got it because there's like I don't remember doing anything to this board, and there was no signs of leakage. So I have a feeling someone removed the Varda off this board a long time ago. So good for them. Yeah, by the time you get bye Thomas. Yeah, by the time you get to I5, I'm kind of like not really interested at that point. Yeah, I5 is too new for me. I mean, certainly I5 might be something I would work on if need be, but it's not like something I would feature on the channel. I mean, certainly if someone came to me and had an i5 computer and they needed help with it, it would be something that I might work on for someone locally. I'm certainly not going to, yeah, I'm not going to buy one for the channel, and I'm not probably wouldn't take a donation of one unless it was like something like super duper special for some reason. But yeah, i5s are too new for the channel. In fact, actually, probably where I top out for the channel is probably. It would probably be the. Kind of like. if it came out after I graduated college, it's probably newer and I really want to experiment with. So probably if it's Pentium 4, it's probably a bit new for me. Except for like the PowerPC. I'll go up to G5. Although I don't really like the G5, but I would go up to it. Because like that's kind of, I mean, it's PowerPC, it's somewhat unique. But yeah, Pentium 3, okay, that's probably good there. I probably wouldn't do the older Pentium 4s because the RAM bus is just a pain in the rear. And then once you get to socket 478, that's just like, those were net burst. Net bust, if you ask me. Socket 462 on AMD. Yeah, those are actually kind of neat. I had one in college. Maybe a little more interested in that, but then once you get much past that, again, it's kind of meh. Oh, hey, I8386. Locking on your actual name because you sent me a package and I saw your name in print, and now, of course, I can't remember it. My brain works funny. Yes, I did get your floppy drive belt. It was the mystery package that this morning I saw was going out for delivery, and I'm like, okay. I know I should know what this is, but I can't remember. And then I got the envelope, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know exactly what this is now. The floppy drive belt. I'll have to get back to that floppy drive at some point. Also, if you're wondering what I'm fighting with, I am trying to open the Gootwick, which is apparently ultra secure. There we go. I have opened it. Yeah, let's see here. So basically, all right, I got my new KSGER. Not sure how they expect you to pronounce that because it seemingly is not a real word. I did maybe a slightly odd thing. I actually set it up so that when you first turn it on, it's in sleep mode. Because a lot of times I'll turn my soldering iron on and so that it's on before I start the stream, although not in this case. And I realized, it would probably be good if I just turned on in sleep mode. Then at least it's like somewhat warm, and it'll be a little quicker to warm up. And that way, if I'm delayed, then I won't like burn the tip out. Because all you got to do is shake the handle and it heats up. So just cleaning out the solder of these vias, and I may have to add just a little bit of solder to the negative side, because it feels like, even though I didn't see any corrosion, I kind of think the battery might have leaked slightly before. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm off screen, apparently. Actually, I do see just the tiniest little bit of signs of corrosion down on this side of the battery. One of the legs on one of these inductors is just a little bit green. So I will see if I can't maybe clean that off. But it does look like the battery got removed before the damage got too bad. All right, and now I've got 3 clean vias. Although one of those vias looks a bit I think there are two negative battery terminals here, so the fact that one of these looks kind of worse than the other, I don't think it's a problem. All right. Just gonna see if I can get some of the green off of this inductor. Oh, I am getting stuff off the board. Oh, okay. Well, that does look like I got the green off the inductor just with some isopropyl alcohol. So that's good. I mean, there's so little on the board. I think isopropyl will do just fine. It is possible I might have already taken vinegar to this board and forgot. There we go. All right, let me take my voltmeter. You know, I just realized I have the new handpiece for Claris, and I didn't even use it. Probably because it's been too much of a hassle just for those 3 little vias. All right, let me just double check here. I think these 2 are connected. Yep, those are both negative. Excellent, okay. And those are okay, so I've got 2 negatives and a positive. It looks like they designed this so that it could use 2 different size batteries. And I will use whichever terminals are best sized for the boards that I have. Now, I will have to go grab the parts real quick for the boards because I did forget that I had this board and that it didn't have a battery on it. There we go. Board might be... I may need to clean that part of the board a little better. Our battery and jumper cables. Funny. All right, let me go grab parts. I have them over the side here. All right. So now is the part where I have 2 different replacements that'll probably fit on this board. I know Jeremy revised his, and I keep forgetting to order PCBs of that, so I'll have to use what I have. So I've got 1 charge controller chip in there. I have 2 different not Avartas. So I've got a style that this one uses a CR2032 battery, but it sticks up. This one, which I just threw a whole bunch of boards all over the place because I'm a klutz. This one uses a smaller battery holder and I have found a few boards where it was necessary because of clearance issues. But I think the main board where I had to use that for clearance issues was, I actually have one in my Mac SE that had a Varta battery in it. I used one of those boards even though it doesn't charge, so I didn't really need something as fancy. I had to use this style because the CR2032 sticks up too high. However, in this case, there's nothing really that would obstruct a CR2032 coin holder. So I think I will use the CR2032 version. I do rather like that version because it's way easier to insert and remove the battery. Yeah, I'm sure people are probably asking, well, why in the world did I use one of these on an SE? Why didn't I use the Silicon Insiders board? Well, answer, I didn't have any. Why didn't I use Ron's board? Answer, I didn't have any. I was working up towards a deadline for VCF East, and I wanted to make sure that my SE was doing exactly what I wanted it to do when it powered up, because it was running a demo. So I used one of these boards. It even has the little charge controller chip on it, just because I didn't want to spend the time trying to figure out what I had to do to the circuit to make it work without the charge controller chip, because there's no connection without the charge controller. Besides, these charge controller chips are really not that expensive each. I think they're about $1 a piece in small quantities. I could save money if I ordered a lot of them, but they are basically, they're being used in this circuit as an ideal diode. They have a very low forward voltage, so the fact that I have an SE with one of these in it, with one of these charge controllers on it, the voltage drop is so minimal. I mean, I'm not worried about it. It's not like I had a full-size diode with a full-size voltage drop. So, very, very low voltage drop. Yeah, what is this chip? It's a Maxim integrated hot swap voltage controller, current sense. It's a current sense / ideal diode. It's used for charge circuits. So that's why I like these boards, because the voltage drop on the diode it's a very low forward voltage. So yeah, I think some of the problems, there are a bunch of PC boards. I know a lot of people know that, yeah, there's certain Macs that they don't like to power up without a battery, but I have come to find out that I think there's a whole lot of PC motherboards out there that they also do not like to power up without a battery. So I'm hoping that by putting a battery in this board, I doubt this is going to fix the problems with it not liking 486DX processors. I doubt that is going to magically fix that problem. However, I'm hoping that maybe some of the other quirks will go away because it'll remember its CMOS settings. So, but yeah, there are a bunch of boards that don't like to power up without a battery. And by the way, if you're thinking, well, maybe that shuttle board wasn't powering up because the battery's dead. No, I actually replaced the battery before the stream with a known working battery. So, no, that shuttle board wasn't powering up with that write back CPU, probably because that board doesn't actually support write back cache. It's like one of those boards that the computer store knows that if you're buying a CPU, yeah, if they configure it with a write back CPU, well, obviously you're going to be buying another board, because it's probably going to be oh yeah, we can't get that board to work with the CPU you want. We need to use a different board, and here's its cost. Yeah, that board That would have been the board that you would have, if you'd bought it because you were just trying to buy a board and then upgrade to right back later. Oh boy, would you have been disappointed. You'd have been outside the return window. So yeah, I guess I take back what I said earlier that I thought Shuttle was like a mid-range brand. Well, if they were basically PC chips and Amptron and ECS, well, I guess Shuttle might have been one of their higher tier brands, but yeah, I don't know who the parent company of that was, but they kind of did some really shady things with some of their motherboards, like the fake cache ones. Adam just bought a PowerBook for $36. Didn't think the guy would accept that offer. Oops. Well, oh wait, come on, solder, solder. There we go. So I'm hoping that that didn't feel right for some reason. All right, I may have to look that under the microscope to check alignment. And by might have to look at that under the microscope, I'm moving everything that has managed to pile up over on that side of the workbench. Let's see here. I do, let's see here. While I try to focus, I will. Ah, I hear thunder outside. Wonderful. All right, so this looks like the chip is aligned. Well, okay, it is aligned. It looks crooked on the microscope, but I think in reality that's an optical illusion because it looks right. I mean, if you look at the way the pins are aligned, they're pretty much I pretty much nailed the alignment of the pads. So other than I think I just got a great big solder blob on that, so I'm going to. All right, go back to table cam. I can't fix that under the microscope. So more flux. Yeah, no, seemingly ironic statement that I can't fix that under the microscope, but there's not enough working room. It's a combination of where the microscope is on my bench and things like that. And that doesn't look right. So I want to go back to the microscope view after I rinse that so that I get the flux off. All right. All right. does not. All right. Microscope. Okay, so those two look halfway decent. So I think those I'm going to leave well enough alone and not try to make those look better. Now these three pads, that one on the right, looks like I got too much solder there. I'm going to try to carefully that might actually be all right, I'm gonna try to fix that. Okay. Back to table cam. If I ever get a chance to like maybe get a chance to completely clean this workbench off, then I can finally get to using my new overhead rig, then maybe I might be able to get the microscope in a better position. Although honestly, having my Amazon cart a microscope. No, it's a microphone. What do they call it? Arm. But I have a 3D printed adapter for my pluggable microscope. Not that it's the best microscope in the world, but I'm hoping that that might also help for some of these views where I don't need the full-on stereo microscope. I want to show you something, and I was kind of hoping that that might be one of the things I was going to get with my coffee goal money for this month. And it's not that expensive. I have some supplies I need more than a upgrade for tools on the workbench. And I think I am... I don't know what in the world I am doing to this board. This poor little board. Looks like I'm burning the solder mask off of it. I don't know what I'm doing. I may have to start over. This doesn't look great. It looks like I basically tinned the traces on that chip. Okay. Maybe I just burned the solder mask off. I'll look at it under the microscope. All right, let me get the microscope focused. All right, maybe because every time I rework this, it seems like it gets worse. All right, let's see, microscope. Like I basically just tinned the traces there. I burnt the traces off. All right, I'll get the multimeter out and I'll see if that's actually shorted or not. As soon as I can find a something to. Oh, Jeremy's trailer is a storage unit now. I was kind of suspecting that might be the case. Okay. So now I got the isopropyl dry. Let me set this on something that's not setting directly on my workbench so I can do a continuity test. And I'm probably going to end up having to go find the schematic for this thing because I think two of these pins are supposed to be shorted or something like that anyways. I think two of them are, but I don't remember which two. I think two of them are on the same plane. Okay, so all right. I don't. Oh, it would help if I. There we go. Okay, so okay, so up and I moved it. Sorry. Seriously, I don't use the microscope because I have more challenges. It creates more. I find it creates more problems than it solves. Maybe as I get older and my vision gets worse, I will disagree with that statement. But okay, so those two are not shorted. And those two are not shorted. Okay, so it does appear as if those are soldered. Now, let me see if I can't tell. Okay, but there is a connection there. And there's a connection there. Okay, so it looks like it's good, even if it looks like I burnt the board. Okay, back to table view. And my solder station just went to sleep, all for me to wake it up again. Okay. All right, so one thing I did do, I got solder in this via, and the coin cell holders got to go through here. Hopefully that'll come right out. Otherwise I'll have to, okay, I may finally have something that Claris needs to do. You know, honestly, attaching this little controller to these boards is so fiddly. I would almost be tempted to, next time I need some of these boards, look to see what it would cost to have that controller put on when I get the boards. Okay. Oh, okay. I should be able to get the coin cell holder in now. So let's see here. Coin cell battery holder. And the nice thing about these is, oh, all right. This one via is still clogged, but we'll just do that. And go. All right. Now I will. All right. All right. So I think I got the battery holder soldered. Alright, that one joint there kind of looks a little bit anemic. There we go. Okay, that looks good. If I can't flux off, so I can take a look at this before I put it on the motherboard, because that would be awful if I put this on and find out it doesn't seem to be working. Alright, but it does look good. Might have burnt the board a little bit, but everything should be making good electrical contact. Alright, so now what I need to do is, let's see here, get the motherboard. Figure out what I dropped. Oh, had one of those boards on this. Alright. So it goes like so. And it looks like I need to put header pins in these two sockets. So what I'm going to do is try to find... I usually have a header strip on the workbench. There we go. So I'm going to put... Alright, I'm going to get two header pins. I'm going to get two header pins and hopefully not send them flying. Alright, there we go. Okay. So I'm going to, because it'll be very hard to trim them short on the motherboard side because of where the keyboard connector is, I'm going to put them with the long pins sticking through to the bottom. And then I'm going to stick the board on. And so positive, positive, and then positive on this. So the only one thing I don't like about this version of the board is the positive side of the coin cell faces the back. But at least for these coin cell holders that I have, the negative side is also marked with a negative. Because I think I've seen some of these coin cell holders that only have the mark on the positive side, which if it is facing the case, makes it a bit harder to align. Now that I've got that like that, I'm going to somehow hold this into place. I think my finger on the battery holder will be good enough. And I'm going to basically tack these two pins in place. Go. That one's tacked in place. Let's see. Yep. The only reason I am not using the blue tack is because it's really hard to clean the blue tack if it gets on the underside of the battery holder, which it inevitably will. There we go. Oh, no, I think that one pin is held in place. Make sure this other one is good. All right, now that those pins are... There we go. And now... Ah, yes. Soldering the one side is going to be a bit tricky. I should have maybe... I thought I probably would have soldered that one first. There we go. All right, but I think I can get my soldering iron in there very carefully. All right, we'll just have to be off camera because of the angle. I gotta insert my iron under the battery holder and between the battery holder and keyboard connector. All right, well, I got it soldered. Hold, please. Oh, I guess I could try to zoom out. And you can see the mess on my workbench. I need to add some flux. It didn't flow that well. All right. Flux. Flux. All right. And now that I got that, all right, zoom back in. I should have probably soldered the positive pin on first, then put that through the board. Soldered one pin on the I guess the other should have made it easier for myself knowing where the keyboard connector was, but I didn't. Some boards have just a little bit more room between the battery and the keyboard connector. All right. And I'll pins down. Those would definitely touch the metal case. And actually, I don't like the way this solder joint here looks. Looks like I... Doesn't look like it was flowing that well. Okay, I guess that... Okay, that's probably fine. All right. So I got it in. Battery holder's in. Well, Jeremy, I don't like people telling me what I can and can't do on my own property, but there's usually a reason why those codes are there. I found that usually the codes are there because someone did something bad. Sure, somewhere there's probably a regulation that you cannot build your house with matches, because someone probably tried to do it. Alright, so I'm just kind of cleaning the flux off this board. I don't really want to have to ultrasonically clean this board just over this battery holder. Well, if I have to. I know that not every board likes to be ultrasonically cleaned now. Some boards are just too in love with their, I guess, dirty, grimy condition. Alright, just for good measure. I use some contact cleaner to get that one side that I can't really get the keyboard connector while I was at it. For good measure, squirt this. There's a little corrosion around it. There we go. Let me see if I can find my foam swabs, which should be on my workbench, but I think they've had other things set on top of them. Oh, no, they're just right over here. There we go. Well, Jeremy, if you're, I think you said the codes in your city haven't been updated much since 1956. Well, you could remodel your basement so that it's like Joe's basement, and that there's a really weird AC differential between the floor and your metal shelving. Although I don't recommend that. That doesn't seem like that's a very desirable improvement. Okay, I got the coin cell battery holder there. I think it looks all right. Cleaned the flux off. It's in. It's just a little bit crooked, but, well, it'll be fine. Once the case is closed, no one will notice. I could call it it's slightly ergonomically pointed for easier battery installation in the case. Yeah, Jeremy, go ahead and put a link to your GoFundMe in the chat. Adam's sidewalk is 6 inches lower than the curb, and the city won't fix it. Yeah, that seems kind of not right. Seems like something the city would want to fix, but... Alright. Battery holder in. Guess let me put a battery in. So the negative towards me. There we go. Battery is in. And let's see here. Go ahead and, oh, I got the CPU in. It is the AM5X86. Still have the RAM in, never took that out. All right. Grab power supply from its storage location on the floor. And, all right, so now should Let's test this battery. I mean, should be no reason why it won't work. We've got that. Plug the controller card in. Let's see here. The video card. All right, so it probably will have lost the clock setting by now because I think the board is powered down long enough. But should be able to set the clock, and then we will wait a couple minutes and we'll see if the clock remains. In fact, actually, to give the most accurate clock, well, all right, yep, we'll wait like 5 minutes. I'll interact with the chat for like a couple minutes after I test this. Okay, so let's see. I think I got everything hooked up. Power that on. There we go. And let's see here. Standard CMOS setup. I'll go ahead and set this to the correct date and time. And let's see. It is 23:33. All right. BIOS features. Let's see here. Actually, let me load the setup defaults. I think those are the optimized ones. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, memory enabled. Okay, chipset features. Clock is divided by 4, I think is what it liked. And let's see, that's faster. Okay. Power management is disabled. Save and exit setup. All right. We'll go into DOS. Prove that it is happy and booting with those settings. Okay, something's not happy. I may have misconfigured something. Oh wait, did I leave this jumpered as 40 megahertz maybe? Let me check the jumper settings real quick. So JP3 should be on. Oh, that's exactly what I did. JP3, JP4. There we go. JP3 is on. JP4 is off. Yeah, I had it. Okay. I forgot. The last thing I tested was 40 megahertz. Not with this CPU. This 5x86 does not like 40 megahertz bus. There we go. Probably means I got a couple other settings set wrong. I'll fix them. I just want to see us get to DOS, then I know the BIOS settings are correct. Starting Miss DOS. All right, we did boot to DOS. I'm going to turn power supply off. I will go to table. Actually, I'll go to table cam. We'll check the settings real quick, but I'm going to actually turn the power supply off. Not because the board gets standby current from the ATX power supply, but that way I can't accidentally turn it on. I want to give it 5 minutes. Let me check these settings here real quick. Okay, so it is set for DX4. So I think I want JP43 to be off, because that's the way PMI recommends. There we go. Set for DX2. Excellent. I just want to double check the JP40. JP40 is that one right there, and it should be 2 and 3, because we're now 33 megahertz clock. All right, there we go. Got those jumpers straightened out. So we're good for 33 megahertz bus. All right. So at about 11:42, I will turn it back on, and hopefully we will see that the clock was retained as well as all my BIOS settings. All right. Yep, go check out Jeremy's GoFundMe. He wants to go to VCF Midwest. Adams City says he can remove the sidewalk and reinstall it, but the next 3 houses all have the same problem. Yeah, it sounds like something more than just a local problem on your property. You have to, Adam, I should just get some concrete and pour it on top. Yeah. Oh, did I set June? Sorry, Dave. Okay, well, I'll fix that when I get back into BIOS. Okay, maybe I set the wrong month, but at least it shouldn't be 1900. Which I don't know why they let you set 1900 on this BIOS. It's not like this computer would have worked in 1900. Yeah, Adams, on my Apple III, it's always 1981. Yes, I support that. Yes, on Apple IIIs, it should always be 1981. So yeah. Oh, you know what I could do while I wait on the clock? I could see. Let me see. I think I've got some SRAMs in my stash. Keyboard controllers. There we go. Yeah, alright. Alright, so while I wait for the 5-minute time mark, I'm going to actually do a little upgrade on this board, because it looks like this board is likely going to be my keeper Visa Local Bus board, because it at least seems to support all the features, and I think I'm okay if it doesn't support Intel processors. Alright, so this has 128K of 20 nanosecond SRAMs. So I have a tube of 12 nanosecond 256K or 32K by 8 SRAMs. These came from an eBay seller in Wytheville. So I'm fairly sure these are actually real SRAMs. Although I should note that even ordering them from China, they may be the problem isn't necessarily that they're fake SRAMs. I mean, they could be fake SRAMs, but they could be remarked. So they're just not being they're not what they claim to be. And I guess in some sense that's also fake, but it is possible that they're remarked, but they are the chip and speed they say they are, but they've been remarked to make them appear as if they are newer than they actually are. So it's kind of why I like to differentiate between fake, meaning it's like not what it's purported to be, and remarked in that, well, it is more or less what it says it is, but it's not being truthfully presented as to what it actually was. As I mean, it could be an SRAM. I mean, it could be a 12 nanosecond SRAM you get from China, but it might not be the brand that it says it is. So it's been remarked. Or it might be, say it's newer than it actually is. So these, though, I believe were actually SRAMs from supply chain, and I don't know. I get the impression this guy, like, bought overstocked chips from companies that had more than they needed from production, so I think these really are ISSI SRAMs from back in the day. They have a date code of 9741. I think they all have the same date code because honestly, I think this is the original tube they came in. So I'll go ahead and, yeah, basically I'm just going to go ahead and put all 12 nanosecond SRAMs in this board because I might be able to set the cache settings faster, and I'll have to change the jumper settings. I believe, though, the tagram is already the max that this board supports, and it only supports a 32K tagram. Although, even if it supported a larger tagram, I don't have any larger SRAMs at the moment. For that, I am going to have to place an order from China, and I very well will get remarked chips. Hopefully they're not fake. Because I have an idea for a board that I will hopefully be getting soon. Much appreciated, Jeremy, for getting on that tomorrow. If you just get me the dimensions and wait, I will generate a shipping label and email you the PDF. And then you can print it and drop it off at a UPS access point. Hopefully there's one conveniently close by. Oh. Well, hopefully, Jeremy, you will get your camera fixed and not resort to me fixing one of my cameras last week. I will not confirm nor deny anything about that other than that one webcam will not be giving me any problems ever again. There we go. Now I have 256K of cache in this board, 12 nanoseconds, so I might even be able to bump the timings up. Oh, Jeremy cannot print. Oh. Okay, Jeremy, well, if you get me the weight and dimensions, I will generate a shipping label. I will print it, and I will mail it to you. And I will just make sure that it is good for, I'll like generate it for shipping about a week out. So, okay, I will find a way around that problem. I was kind of afraid you were going to say something like that, and I already was prepared to have a plan B on that. Or in this case, a plan P along with, plan P. P for, I'll put it in a priority mail envelope and so it doesn't get bent and ship it to you. So there, I will mail you a shipping label. That way you can slap it on the box and ship it at, I do presume there's a place you can drop off UPS that's convenient. So, okay. Oh, actually, I'm looking at this tagram on this board. Let me do one thing. You can't see it because it's underneath the SD card. I just realized it is actually a 15 nanosecond part. So I'm going to upgrade the tagram as well to 12 nanoseconds. Good. Okay. I will all right, so I will mail you a shipping label pre-printed. It will obviously it will take a couple days to get to you, but you will not have to print it. I will print it and mail it to you. In fact, I will mail you a I'll mail you one on a label you can just slap on the box, but I will include a backup copy or two on paper that you could tape to the box. So that way we maximize the chance of success. But yeah, I can still do that. So at least you have a place to drop it off if I get you the label, and I will get you the label. All right, so now I have a 12 nanosecond tag RAM, because this processor might actually be fast enough I can make use of it. So, all right, I will have to write those dimensions down, Jeremy. All right, so let me find the jumpers I need to change, and we're definitely past 5 minutes, so as soon as I get these changed, I should be able to try this board, and hopefully we will have some success. Okay, JP13. Okay, so this board. Okay, it's already, okay, the tag RAM was the same size, so I don't have to change that jumper. So to go from 128 to 256, I need to move JP13, which is right here. You know, it's really nice boards that auto-detect cache. But then again, though, the boards that auto-detect cache usually only support one size of cache. All right, so JP29 and JP28 both need to be on. And it looks like... All right, looks like I need a jumper. So, in the interest of time, I will steal a jumper from elsewhere on the board where there's not one, and I will try to get this in place. All right. All right, so now I have it jumpered for 256K of cash. I presume these cache chips are good. I do at least have a few spares. All right, so now, did we hold the CMOS? Are we going to get a cache error? 3, 2, 1. Probably should have jammed the postcard in, but no, all right, there we go. Go ahead and go into setup because I want to see the clock. Standard CMOS setup. And sure enough, I did get the wrong day of the week. Good eyes, Dave. It did keep the time though. Let's see, BIOS settings does look like. Yep, it kept all those. So there we go. Did at least want to fix the day of the week. And might be able to play with the time, the cache timing settings now that I have 12 nanosecond parts in place. And 256K of cache memory says up on the top of the screen. So let's run. Let's run cache check and make sure it sees it all. All right, very good. So 256K now, 18 microseconds per kilo. I think that might, I know it says kilobyte. Oh yeah, that is probably microseconds per kilobyte. There we go. But yeah, it is seeing the extra 128K of cache. Excellent. And even better, it does look like the cache chips were good because it appears as if it's actually running. It didn't do like a recent a board I saw on a video Necroer did. I don't think it's actually one of his recent videos where the board actually was giving a do not enable cache warning, and sure enough, he had a bad cache chip, so at least the board seems to be happy. Now, what will I do with the cache chips I pulled out of this board? I'll probably put them in a board that doesn't need 12 nanosecond RAM. In fact, I think I got 12 nanosecond parts in my 386 because that's just what I was able to get. So if that's the case, I'll put 20 nanosecond parts in it because it can't use 12 nanosecond parts. But yeah, there we go. I might be able to change the timing of the L2 cache in terms of cycles. But yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. And I think the effective speed's higher because I've got more cache. So there we go. Very nice. So I guess to finish off the stream, I got a VISA local bus board. I got a nice fast processor. Write back cache is enabled. I got maximum cache. Got a battery. It'll keep the time. This is great. And let's see here. I guess run a few benchmarks, make sure things seem to be stable. So we got the Superscape VGA benchmark. And wow, that is one sailing machine. There's 73.9. Very nice. And we'll go for Chris's 3D benchmark. And I'm just running the faster PC version, so we'll see the wonderful glob. I think this is kind of slow on lots of PCs, so the globulous, yeah, yay, Mac, Sad Mac, hey, Sad Mac 356, welcome, yeah. Finally got right back cache to work on a motherboard. And it's not a bad motherboard. I mean, it's got 6 slots, 3 of which are VISA local bus. I mean, yeah, it'd been nice to have 2 extra slots, but, well, hey, I won't fill all 6 of them. This will make a nice little board. And it's got 2 72-pin SIM sockets, so actually I can free up. I've got 30-pin SIMs in it now. I can actually go through my stash and find some better 72-pin SIMs and get my 30-pin SIMs back for another board. Yeah. Very nice. And there we go. 14.2 frames a second. PC player benchmark on 640 by 480. Actually looks pretty good. Yeah, the Cirrus Logic video card. I mean, I kind of would like to maybe find the one that has the 5434 chip on it because it's a little faster, but not a bad... Oh, that's not good. And the computer locked up. Huh. Yeah, sure enough, the computer locked up. Alright, well, let me... Okay, maybe a bad cache chip. I don't know. Maybe this upgrade processor really needs a fan blowing across it. It's kind of warm. All right, let me see. I think I've got a fan floating around my workbench somewhere. If I take a moment to look, I'll plug in a fan and blow some air across it. Oh, let's see here. I do remember seeing a fan around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I think. There we go. There it is. I knew I had a fan around here somewhere, and how convenient. It even has the wrong plug on it to plug into this power supply. All right, let me see if I've got a power adapter floating around on my bench somewhere, which I might because I... Because this motherboard does not have a fan header on it. All right, hold please while I attempt to look for the Noctua adapter that I think is on this workbench. But if it is, it's going to be underneath a pile of stuff. Okay. I just found one of them, which validates that I did. No. All right, let's see here. Okay, maybe I've got another fan around here somewhere. Hold please while I look for a fan that actually has a Molex connector on it. I know I've got one around here somewhere. Just have to find it. Two fans with the weird header. All right, it appears if I don't have the fan I thought I did. Okay. I mean, I'll see if this little fan is enough to move air. Well, I guess some air is better than no air. All right, we'll try this again. I've got a little itty bitty fan on top of the heat sink, which maybe is enough air. I am continuing to look for. I thought I had a fan that actually had a Molex plug on it on my bench. I'm trying to see if I see it. The adapter I think that I thought I had, I took apart for. That is. I think the computer locked up again. Oh. All right. Okay, I am continuing to see if I find the fan or the adapter. I thought I had a fan adapter. I guess I might have to order one. I recently used an Noctua fan in a project, and I had to use its power adapter to make a fan adapter because where I was putting that fan, it had a non-standard plug on it, so I ended up using the fan adapter that came with that fan to make an adapter. And maybe that's the only one I actually had. So I'm continuing to try to find the other ones. I thought I had another adapter here somewhere. The only thing is I have a whole bunch of fans that have a motherboard header, and of course this 486, they didn't have fan headers on them, so I gotta be able to plug it into something. This little fan wasn't enough airflow. I don't know that it's an airflow problem. I mean, maybe this CPU upgrade is. Maybe there's something wrong with the upgrade. I mean, I have a second one. I could try it, but I'd prefer to have a fan Ta-da. Okay, I guess in the interest of... Let me put one of the other upgrades. I'll put the 486 DX4120 in. It's going to be clocked at 100 megahertz. But I know it was stable. Let me see. I'll use it to determine if the lockup was maybe that upgrade processor, which might mean that it was either running too hot or something's happened to it, or if it's maybe something more general, like is one of these cache chips actually bad? Which I'll have to see if there's like anything like a cache check. Nope. Although cache check ran fine. So it may just be heat. All right, let's try the DX4100. Invalid command cannot load command, system halted. Okay, let me also double check the system bus divider. Maybe I have I might have the system bus set wrong. Also possible my card got corrupted. Okay, so that's a chipset feature. Clock divided by 4, so 33 megahertz bus. That should be about 8 point. Okay. That should be fine. All right, well, I'll turn one wait state on. If this doesn't fix it, then maybe my card got corrupted. Maybe that AMD upgrade isn't as compatible with this board as I thought it was, and my compact flash card got corrupted. Hmm. All right. Cannot load command. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, so there we go. So with the AMD upgrade, it was crashing. So I put the DX4100. Well, it's a DX4120, but I've got it clocked at 100 megahertz. It should be fine, downclocked. So getting an error, cannot load command.com, system halted. Michael's giving me grief over the fact I've yet to be able to try a game because things went south before I got to the game benchmarks. All right, let me put my compact flash card into my computer, and I'm hoping when I plug it up. Well, I plugged it in, and command.com's there. All right, let me scan the disk. Properties, tools, check. Haven't found any errors with the drive. All right. Kind of hesitant to... Okay. Windows 10 says there's no errors with the compact flash card. So this tells me that one of those cache chips is probably bad. Now, which one? Well, that might be a job for another day, because it is midnight. I don't really have a quick way of knowing which one of those chips is bad. Interestingly enough, the cache check ran and seemed to work fine, and then that's when the trouble started. I'm looking to see if maybe one of these cache chips isn't plugged into the socket that well. Well, this one kind of seems... Okay, maybe there's one that's not in the socket as well as I'd hoped. Maybe I should have put contact cleaner in these sockets before I put chips in them. Oh, okay, this one cache chip just came out of that socket, like, really easily. All right, let me see if I can't reseat it. Maybe it just wasn't seated that well. Sometimes, rule number 1 of troubleshooting, see if something doesn't... You got 8 chips that should all be seated in a socket. See if one of them looks like it's not seated as far as the others, and one of them kind of looked a bit suspicious. All right. If this doesn't fix it, then I'll probably have to call the stream and want to continue on this board later, because it's midnight and I'll probably have to start swapping cache chips around if this doesn't boot. Invalid command com, cannot load command, system halted. Interesting. Yeah, so I don't know if my compact flash card got corrupted. Which it could have if there... Maybe the board wasn't... I mean, it is possible my compact flash card got corrupted. Just, yeah, and on that disparaging note of disappointment, that is where I'm going to call this board for tonight, because there's so many troubleshooting steps that I would need to do to figure out where the precise problem is, and I haven't the time to do them tonight. So it does look like there's more troubleshooting to do, probably starting with just putting my compact flash card in another computer that I haven't been messing with and seeing if it boots. Because it is possible my card got corrupted. If that's the case, then this upgrade processor was probably not configured correctly, because there's more than one write back setting on it. I don't know what they all do. It's kind of weird that there's more than one setting that does write through, but whatever. It is possible that... I mean, it is possible this upgrade module's... Maybe something's happened to it, and I haven't used it much, but I guess it is possible. Maybe this one, there's something wrong with it, and it's had an early failure. It was supposed to be new old stock, but yeah, I got through a lot tonight. I did at least figure out that this board works with 486 processors. It will write backs enabled. I have cache installed. That is one of the things that could be wrong. One of these cache chips could be bad. It is possible it had a infantile failure after installing it, because I had not used any of these chips before. It is quite possible it worked for 5 minutes and then decided that it was no longer going to SRAM. And it is quite possible that the command com problem is related to cache. It could be that the compact flash card got corrupted because the processor, there's configuration settings I might need to change. So DOS might have gotten corrupted on it. It's more than I can troubleshoot tonight. That could be a whole nother live stream of troubleshooting. So, yeah, I guess if you want to continue on the ever-increasing saga of Justin just wants a 486 Visa local bus board that goes fast, well, make sure you click subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live. And maybe, just maybe, next time I start live streaming, Microsoft won't decide to upgrade display drivers for NVIDIA, and I'll actually get to go for one live stream and not have to very quickly create another one, because let me tell you that when Microsoft tells you you need to restart after it installs the driver, well, there's no way you can restart and resume OBS in the timeout window YouTube gives you. So I'm glad everyone found me. Glad we had lots of good participation in the chat. Kind of am glad I got so far with this board. Kind of disappointing my $40 board from eBay. Doesn't work as well, but I guess I should have known. It's a PC Chips board, so, well, it's a PC Chips brand shuttle. It might have been hot back in the day, but in terms of what Justin wants, it's a not. So, if you see it back up on eBay, then, well, yeah, it's not the board I needed. And quite honestly, I don't need it. Doesn't have any redeeming features, so it's going to go back out to someone who doesn't need write back cash. So Jeremy's saying, I have a special set of skills. When I learn more, I will find the correct settings and I will use you. So yeah, write back cash is ever elusive. I actually, there's a board in the box that Jeremy's going to send me that may just be the board that I really need. So this may be a case of I'm going to have a Visa local bus board that goes fast, but hey, wait a minute. I have Jack68K. Thank you. Got a second stream anniversary coffee tip. Yay. All right, I will use that wisely. In fact, I might that will probably help go towards the postage for this box that Jeremy has for me, which has some really neat stuff in it, including a board that might solve all my 486 problems, although it might create more. We'll see. But yes, so at the moment, I got a 486 board. It's got quirks. Hopefully the quirks is just something that I've changed is bad and I put a new SRAM chip in it or something that goes fine. So yes, very nice. So thank you, Jack68K. And thank you everyone for joining me. This board will be back on the bench. And it looks like I had plenty to do on this board because I was thinking I was going to have to pull out some capacitors and recap a power supply so I can put this computer together, but looks like this was more than challenging enough. So those capacitors will just have to wait. And on that note, I'm going to make sure I have my finger on the correct button. So anyways, I'd like to thank everyone for joining. Take care and have a great rest of your day, and I hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.